For people crying for hunger. Your vision and your mission, your intention to the nation, they go. You got nothing to show. Nothing to show. Why? The government should lie. Why? But at the question that we ask, they lie. The people who
well, folks, so welcome to Closing Argument here on Truth 96.1. Welcome to the weekend edition. It's Friday, marking the second day in the month of May, the year is 2025. And sometimes when the argument gets so tough and serious, we're running up to sometimes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Can you imagine? And so good afternoon, good evening, good morning for those of you finding us online. I don't know the time or which part of the world you are monitoring us. I'm finding this broadcast or this program live. I say welcome. And welcome to the Closing Argument. And so my name is Ansu K. Salif. I'm here with my team again, back home here. And mine's the one screaming the program live on Closing Argument official page. And then Henry, he's here to at the back, making sure that you give me that support. So we say welcome. It's Friday. Today, we are going for our usual break on the Closing Argument weekend. Oh yeah, and then after Friday, now we'll be back on Monday. So we take our Closing Argument break, weekend break on Friday, and then come back on Monday. Sometimes we we bring the program sometimes during the weekend when there are some major issues, training issues, and I think which our people need this platform to provide for them. We also, we cut across. We come in that space sometime the weekend, maybe a Saturday or Sunday, to provide for our people. But welcome again. My name is Ansu to this Friday. Welcome to the Closing Argument here on Truth FM. For those of you online, keep sharing the program. Invite someone to join you. Yeah, so you can watch the program and have your say. Yeah, and the comment, go into the comment section, and so we can definitely see you participating, and we'll surely read out your comment for you and recognize you on the platform. So it is another day. As I say, it's a weekend, and we are set and ready already to bring you the program. And I have my own big brother, Jeremy Gibman, is already on the screen already. Our panelists, they're already coming on. So let's welcome big man, the Gibman. Big brother, you're welcome. Happy weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. And it is a great day to be alive. It's beautiful. The country, for I to understand, everything is cool. A lot of news coming out of Liberia, and we're going to delve into them. But especially today, we have all your questions when it comes to financial management, how Liberia stands, how the budgetary system works, how are we being affected by the withdrawal of USAID and other foreign aid. All of those subjects, we are bringing somebody who is a financial expert who will come to delve into the weeds, the numbers, tell us how we are ordinary folks. We are not talking about a guy with the $60,000, $100,000 car, $1 million bulletproof car. We are talking about the regular folks like Ansu and Myean and Jerome Gibbons of the world. How is the economy affecting us? How are the decisions being made in Washington, D.C., in Europe affecting us? What adjustment our government making to fill in the gaps? We will find all of that out. We are going to be talking about how these decisions impact our potential Millennium Challenge grant. We'll delve into all of that. If we have time, we're going to look at what the president's office is saying. The president of the University of Liberia delivered to the nation the report from the 4-month investigation, and she fired everybody that was involved, including It didn't matter what position you held. Now the man upon whom these investigations began, Mr. Doug Cooper, someone from the president's office, George Lobo, says no one in the Republic of Liberia is going to force the president to do anything to fire this man. He will act when he wants to, at his own time and pleasure. What does that say about the president of the university? What she means? Hostile management. We just oppose that to the president of Liberia, and we will dissect that. We also have in the country the African, the American branch of the military, supposed to be coming to Liberia to do some training. Some folks are saying we are back to the VOA days, where Liberia was a close partner to the United States. We had a communication tower, we had everything. Some say with all that we didn't benefit in any way. So how are we going to benefit from the new arrangement? These are all questions being asked. We're going to delve into that. We're also going to talk about the suspension of the folks from the Insurance Corporation of Liberia. I think the CEO was fired and the chairman of the board, I mean, we are talking about cleaning house. It might be serious there. We're going to discuss that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a brand new week-ending segment of the closing argument. I am Jerome Gaiman. I will be sitting in for the chief and the chairman. He's spending time with his family. You know, he got a lot of girls. So he's taking time off to the research shows girls that have strong father in their home turn out to be strong women, strong professionals, strong mothers, strong wives. So I encourage all men, spend time with your girls. Ansu, talk to us. You are on the ground. You are on the ground. You got a fresh haircut. You're looking nice. Everything looking great over there. The economy may be treating you nicely, mister.
We are moving according to rescue.
Is that what it
You
is?
had a rescue train moving, and how we going on? We got to move according to the train.
That's good. Don't get in front of the train. Don't get in front of the train.
We're hanging on it.
Yeah, you can hang on the train. Just don't get in the front because it may run you over. And then another thing is we saw in the paper today that making headline here in the United States is the water tower that Mo Ali built somewhere, and he says that he has done a great job. And folks on the other side say, "Are you kidding me? With all the money that we've been spending, we need water in the homes, not somewhere where few folks can come and get water." And then the Martin Colley wrote something saying that Mo Ali, based on the paper, the documentation that he had, Mo Ali is lying. Mo Ali's need, he admonished Mo Ali to come clean with the numbers, because he has the numbers, he has the pro forma, he has the invoices, he has receipts, he has everything, estimate and all. So he's asking Mo Ali to come clean. So these are the topics that we're going to be delving in. We expect that we'll be taking some calls. We'll be reading some comments. So this is where we are. I am Jerome Gaiman, your utmost servant. I will be here to host our guests, take some questions, take some calls, read your comments, and we're going to do current event. Maybe what is on your mind that you want to discuss that we missed during the week. You can do your own weekend review from wherever you are, from your Pro Poll corner, or from your Rescue corner, or from your CMC corner. You can call us and say, "Hey, Ansu, you got missed this story. We live in Chuba. You got to cover the major story that happened here." We are not everywhere. So if you have a story that you think we missed, just call Ansu, let him know, "Listen, man, I think you missed this story." This is the weekend review. We are going to cover the entire week when we have time. When Honorable Carter leaves and we have time, we're squeezing as much as we can. But yes, we are going to cover the whole week. As you see, we have 3 topics we're going to be discussing, mainly our financial status. The financial expert is here. He's going to be discussing that. But in the meantime, we are going to be having a week-end review. If we miss anything in your neighborhood, you can call and let us know what you think we missed or why you thought you have been talking about that the media didn't talk about. As you know, like I said, we're not everywhere. There are some good things that may be happening in your neighborhood and you want to flag. Let us know, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to be reading your comments. We're going to be commending folks. We're going to be criticizing folks. But that's what we do here. It's not all about criticism. It's all about good too. If there's good things happening, we'll discuss them. If there are bad things happening, you can rest assured that's our job. Our job is the finder of truth. That's it. The truth. If you say you pay $10,000 for the car, and so can dig and dig and dig and find out, make sure that you pay the $10,000 for the car, he will get a receipt. That's what finders of truth do. That's what they are all about. So here we are today, Friday, beautiful day, and I'm coming to you live from the beautiful state of Florida, the Sunshine State. The weather today is beautiful here, as always been, and we look forward to discussing, having a conversation with you as a family of the closing argument. This is the close of the week. We're going to close the argument today. Come to the table ready with your facts. No gossip, please. Facts. Nothing but the facts. Come up with the facts. We are here to find the truth. We are going to be talking about those issues. What do you think about Mr. John Lobo's comment that the president is not going to be forced into firing Doug Cooper? What do you think about that? Well, without further ado, let me introduce to you, to many of you who know the Professor Larry Kennedy. He is a financial expert. He's going to introduce himself. I'm Jerome Gaiman. I'm going to be hosting the gentleman here. Anything you want to know today about finances, our state of being, how the decisions made by international partners affect us, the bread and butter issues. He's going to get into the weed. I've interacted with the professor many times. You can rest assured he knows his stuff. You got the numbers. If you got alternative numbers, you can put it on the board, call us. We'll discuss it. But let me welcome our guest. Do us a favor, share this show, make your comment. Honorable candidate, welcome to the show, sir.
Brother Gaiman, can you hear me loud and clear?
Absolutely clear, crisp clear.
All right. I didn't know you. I thought you were living in on the East Coast. I didn't know you were down in the Sunshine State.
Oh, I've lived here since September 2nd, 1992.
Oh, it's been a while. Okay, fantastic.
When I left New Jersey, I moved here. I never went back.
never came back to shovel snow. I hear
No. I think I like it. This is more like Liberia than anything else.
Yeah, man. Thanks for welcoming me. Always like to be part of the closing argument. The conversation on the closing argument, the intellectual conversation is a little bit higher than what you would find other places. So, and you being the political insider, it's always good to be here. Me, I'm not a politician. I don't know the politics that well, but what I do understand a little bit of the finance and economic part of things, how it impact the lives of ordinary Liberians. It's what I'll be here to share, But like you said early on, I'm not here to criticize. I'm here to simply tell you what is happening and what can be done to make things better. So hopefully you'll take one or two things from me. Yeah, I know we have the rest of the team will be joining us shortly. So
yes. And what we want our folks to know when we say finders of truth, this is why when one of my graduate school classes, we had Honorable Michael Dukakis. He was teaching me public policy, and he says, "You guys are mostly social science folks. You are sociologists. You are not finance folks. Do not go out there pretending that you are finance folks. Don't pretend that you are a biologist, because you will be cross-disciplined and somebody is going to squeeze you and you're going to embarrass yourself. This is why I have always said, call folks who specialize in their area. So when they are talking, all I have to do is sit back and ask questions to be informed, but not to come out here and spew numbers that cannot be verified, cannot be justified, and then later on you leave and folks look at you funny. This is why we have you here, Professor. Please, for those who don't know you, who have never seen you before, please tell us who you are, what part of Liberia you're from, where you went to school, how you came about. So we can get to know you. You got family everywhere. Somebody might know you.
You know where you're from.
And start calling you to send some send wave.
You know where you're from is Southeast. You got family everywhere, right? So, yeah, you know, look, I tell you one thing. My story and background, I don't talk about it much, but I'm going to share it today. So
please do.
If you don't know who I am, where I come from, grew up in Monrovia, right, over on the Jamaica Road side, across the bridge.
But where were you born, though? Were you born?
I was born in Monrovia. Born in Monrovia. Yeah. So I attended Cathedral High School when Cathedral was Cathedral, and then eventually I went to St. Patrick's. But I actually left St. Patrick's when I was in the 7th grade, right? Left St. Patrick's in the 7th grade, and then I came over to the States. I attended a high school in New York City, Louis D. Brandeis High School. And Brandeis High School, named after one of the Chief Justices of the U.S. Supreme Court. And it was in Brandeis as I started going through my middle school to high school days that I eventually got. Brandeis started a program called a co-op program where high school students can work 1 week based on if your grades are at a certain level, you're allowed to work 1 week and then go to school the other week. But you have to be like in that top 1 to 2% within the school to get into that program. So I was lucky enough. The education that I came with from Liberia was, at that time, it was that good. You know, coming from St. Patrick's, the education system was really that good to get me into that top tier position. And then eventually I landed that program when the bank was called Morgan Guarantee Trust. It's right across from the New York Stock Exchange, downtown Wall Street.
Quite familiar.
Yeah, exactly. Right across from Federal Hall, where all of the U.S. constitutions and all of those signings were actually done. Morgan Guarantee is 1 block away from the Trinity Church, where the founder or the guy who conceptualized central banking, Alexander Hamilton, is actually buried, right? So grew up in that entire section when I was still a teenager. So grew up there, worked with JP Morgan. Eventually, after I graduated from high school, went to college, stayed with JP Morgan. And then as I worked with them 10, 15, 20 years or so, when they started having all of these mergers, in 1999, they had the first merger when JP Morgan merged with Chase. So they called me because of the work I had been doing now. And they said, hey, listen, we need you back here in New York to get a few things done with this merger. And then when they merged with First One, they were flying me every week over to Chicago, put me in a condo up in Chicago. And then when they merged with Bear Stearns. So I've been in the financial sector growing up, doing a whole lot of fixed income on the trading side of things. And just stayed in that environment, even up till now, still within the banking sector. So some 40 plus years later, I've been in there. But because of my background, I thought it was time to kind of share that knowledge, right? You know, one thing, Jerome, that I think you yourself know, that what you will find in the textbook is completely different when it comes to practice. So what the students are learning, like finance and economics and stuff in the textbook, that's all theory. But when you come down to the real world, like when you come down over there, at the intersection of Broad Street and Wall Street, it's completely different ball game. So I wanted to kind of bridge the gap between the theory that you learn in the textbook and the practical stuff that we do on Wall Street. So I said, let me get a little bit into teaching. But because I also had a strong background in information technology, so I have this, and I've been, software developer for a long time. I did computer science at Baruch, along with finance and economics, right? So I just had that background, and I always wanted to just kind of share that knowledge, because what good is it if you have all of this knowledge and you can't share it and you take it with you to the grave? It's useless. So that's how come I kind of ended up as an adjunct professor and also working within the IT sector and the finance and economics sector. But it all comes from the education system at the time from Liberia. That tells you that we had it at one time. We can still get back there.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me, for those of you who, he called the name of a school, they call Baruch. Those of you who don't know about Baruch, if you have a degree from Baruch, especially in business, talk a little bit, I mean, I grew up in New York, so, we know about it, but talk to us about Baruch, so those who are around the world who will want to go to a top business school to learn this stuff, why should they come to Baruch? Talk a little bit about Baruch.
Yeah, Baruch, being part of the City University of New York system, is one of the top finance schools within the city of New York, right? So you have part of the college that is really good at the legal side, like John Jay College and things like that, really good in the legal side. And then you have schools that are just specialized in business and finance and economics. And Baruch is just one of those schools. It's just real top notch when it comes to finance and economics. So Baruch, right downtown Manhattan, again, New York City, man. Spent a lot of time in New York City. Every night then I would sneak off into Liberia, but I spent most of my time over in New York City. But if you're interested in attending a school, big finance school, Baruch is one of the schools to look at. If you wanted to go to NYU, great. If you want to go to Columbia University, even better. But Baruch is the place you want to end up if you wanted to be into a finance business.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing argument. This is the weekend. So we are going to be doing basically a weekend review. But most of the things that people want to know that I think we should know is, how are we doing economically? How are the decisions made from the outside? USAID, the European Union, America First, all of these things, how are they affecting us? Talk to the average person. We're not talking about the academics. We're not talking about the elite. We're talking about the man water from downtown world that's selling her market. How does this affect them, us, regular folk, keke driver, pimping boys, Yana women? How does the economy affect us, and what does it look like for us? What's the forecast?
Yes, one thing that affects pretty much everybody in the country is prices. Is the value of the Liberian dollar. Let's start with that real quick. Mm-hmm. In 2023, right around April or so of 2023, you needed roughly about 160 or so LRDs for every US dollar. Now that rate has fallen. It's close to around 200. What that means is if you were paying, let's say 160, 170 LRD today for one item, you need more Liberian dollars to purchase the same item. So the Liberian dollar has been losing value. And if your salary is not increasing at the same amount that the Liberian dollar losing value, that means you are getting a little bit poorer each day. So right now, the Liberian economy is not growing. It's not growing fast enough to reduce poverty in the country. We saw this happening right after when COVID hit. COVID hit like around March of 2020. Right after that, we noticed that the World Bank, the United Nations came out with data saying more people went into poverty, and it was also a result of COVID. But the Liberian economy right now is struggling, and it's going to get even worse because of the America First policy, the leaving of USAID. USAID had a lot of economic activity taking place in the country. The tariffs is going to have a major issue. The political infighting, the politics is killing the country, because imagine, Jerome, if you were an investor and you're looking for a place to put your money, and you see the governance issue taking place over at the legislature right now, you wouldn't be willing to go sign a concession agreement because the Supreme Court ruled that the majority bloc, they are working over their powers. They don't have the powers to do what they want to do. So anything that they're signing in terms of concession agreement can essentially be voided later. It would be useless later because they are outside their powers. So as an investor, and this is what we look at when we're looking at places to invest, right? This is what investors look at. They look at the governance structure. They look at the rule of law. When I say governance, it means how people in the country are following the rule of law. How are the institutions behaving? But when you have a constitutional crisis like the one Liberia is going through, you're going to end up losing foreign investments. And that's where I think we found ourselves today with this whole shenanigan at the House of Representatives. Is hurting the people in big time.
So are you telling me if I was an investor, what happens to the Supreme Court has a bearing on me? The rule of law, how does that affect me? I just want to come and invest my money. I don't care what you do. Anyway, just give me my space. Let me go and do my investment. And what does that have to do with the courts?
Good question. You are an investor. You're interested in putting $10 million into Liberia. You have seen the Supreme Court ruling, and you've seen how the executive decides that they're going to disregard the Supreme Court ruling. So this is why you should be concerned as an investor. If you sign a contract in the country and somebody decides to break that contract and you go over to the courts and you win that case and someone challenges that ruling that you won the case to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court ruled in your favor, but then the executive decides we're going to ignore that ruling because it's not going to benefit them. You as an investor, you're looking at that. The first thing you would say, well, wait a second. If the Supreme Court that interprets the Constitution, that you cannot go above and beyond what they have ruled. If you're going to ignore them, then me as an investor, that means you don't have you don't have separation of powers and you don't have the law in the country. You don't have good governance. I would be afraid to come and invest in your country, Jerome. I would be afraid. And you as an investor, Jerome, you should be afraid because if you go to the courts, the ruling can easily be ignored. That's the problem. That's why you should be concerned.
What's about the regular Irish person driving their pen, the keke? How does the rule of law or the lack of affect them? Does that have something to do with the vigilantism and jungle justice we see in the streets?
Yeah, it tells you that's no true that the judicial system is weak, but everybody has been saying this. You know, Madam Sirleaf, she has said it multiple times, we have a weak judicial system. So it also means that you don't have free and fair justice system, that justice is not truly blind. The powerful people have the ability to have the law in their favor. So the little Yana boys, the Pimpin boys, all the boys, then if they have an issue, they can't go to the court for redress. Why? Because if they don't have the money, the person who has the most money can probably influence the court, or the person who has the most political connection can influence the court. And let me say this real quick, Jerome, before I swing it back to you. Look at the high number of people who are held in prison without being formally charged. It seems that because they cannot afford to keep fighting the justice system, they're held without, I think, what's his name? Sekou Kalasko. I think when he was held one time, he found out, shockingly, that there's thousands of young people being held without being formally charged. So it means the judicial system is weak. Investors are looking for places where there's good governance, where you have a strong judicial system, where you have a good court that can enforce contracts. And I don't see that right now. It's not strong in Liberia. So, you know, you're not going to grow your economy if you have that kind of issue.
If I'm a corrupt investor, right, that want to extract without the overhead of a judicial system don't do things like the guys who are into racketeering and stuff. Wouldn't this be a safe haven for crime, for, let's say, terrorists, devious folks? Wouldn't they strive in something like this?
It will attract those types of people. That's why when you look at the U.S., the sanctions list, right, the specially designated national sanctions list, you will notice there's a high number of sanctioned individuals in Liberia. One of those who have been sanctioned is the financiers for Hezbollah. Hezbollah financier, not only is that person sanctioned on a sanction list in Liberia, they're also on the sanctions list in Sierra Leone. And because when you see that kind of situation, it warned the international banks that Liberia could be a haven for money laundering. So if you're sending money to Liberia, it can also be impacted, because one of the things that we used to look at when we're transferring money, especially to Africa, we had a list of countries that we were nervous about, and we had to do even more due diligence, right? We had to do like a heightened due diligence. Because if you're violating the what is called BSA, some of the bank secrecy laws in this country, you can end up being fined, or you can probably end up going to jail. Even though a lot of times bankers do not go to prison because the banks get fined. But countries like Nigeria, Liberia, all those countries then are on a list because they tend to attract a lot of people who do money laundering, who are involved in financial crimes and other things like that. Okay, Jerome, you help me out on this one. Wasn't there a time when we had individuals who were receiving diplomatic passport from Liberia, and it led to Mike Pompeo putting a few people on sanctions list because of that?
That's correct. There was even a Dutch fellow that came to Liberia, paid a huge sum of money, bought a diplomatic passport, and he made a movie about it. And it was a major hit around the world. How you can, if you have money in Liberia, you can be not only carry a diplomatic passport, but you can be appointed honorary consul in another country. And that was a major hit. It was a very, very successful movie, documentary, and for years to come, lawyers and diplomats and folks will use that as a case study.
Yeah, his name was Max Brugger, I believe, and the movie was called The Ambassador.
That's correct.
Right? Yeah, he was given that title, and he went to the Central African Republic representing Liberia. And but that has, and then he did that years ago.
Mm-hmm. Then the process repeated itself under George Weah, and we've seen it again being repeated under this particular administration as well.
It's hard to grow your economy when you have this kind of serious governance issue. But do you know the richest country in Africa, what that country is? It's a little small island off the east coast of Africa. The Seychelles, they're one of the richest countries in Africa by GDP. Mm-hmm. The GDP per capita is around, I think, between 14 or 16,000. But the relationship is they have the best ranking on a corruption perception index, right, from Transparency International. They are ranked number 1 in Africa when it comes to managing corruption. And where is Liberia ranked? Liberia is all the way down there. You're not going to attract investors if you have these major issues. So, there's so much that has to be done, but it can be done. It can be done. It can be fixed. The U.S. government even posted one time how Liberia could go ahead and fix some of these major issues. So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition, the Friday edition of The Closing Argument. I am Jerome Gamer. I'm stepping in today for the chief. Mr. George is spending time with his daughters. And like we said, as a social science, so we like numbers, we like statistics. It says here, girls that spend time with their fathers turn out to be strong women, strong mothers, strong wives, strong teachers, strong in their profession. So if you have a daughter, you make sure as a gentleman spend time, even if you are divorced or you are not home, make sure you spend time with your daughter, stay in touch. It has a lot to do with her self-esteem. So you have to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, your comments, I'm reading the comments. Beautiful. Keep sending the comment. You the financial expert. There's something I've been reading about called the SWIFT. What is the SWIFT. Is that SWIFT they call it? That move money from through the banking system. Is that how they call it? SWIFT?
Yeah, so SWIFT is an acronym for a Society for Worldwide Interbanking System. This is what, if you're in another country, you want to send money to another country, it has to go through SWIFT, right? It's a secure way of sending money. If you're in the US, you have two ways of sending money. Well, multiple ways now of sending money. And when we're talking about sending money, we're not talking about, sending $100 or $200. If you're talking about sending 100, 200,000, a million or so, then you want to use SWIFT. In the US, you can use ACH payments. You can use the Fed wire system, right? So those are the ways to move money. But I'm glad you mentioned SWIFT, because when people are looking to hide money, when people are stealing money from a country and looking to hide it, it's difficult to just put all that money in a suitcase, get on a plane, and travel to another country. You more likely get arrested. So you have to move it electronically. And the way people move money electronically is bank to bank through SWIFT. The problem was, so when they started talking about asset recovery, remember there was an organization called Grant Thornton. I think they're from the UK. Yeah, because I used to talk to the guys. They had gained access to the central bank data. And not just this group, but also when we're talking about the missing money, you remember Kroll came in there and gained access to it as well. Liberia has hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that have been stolen, going all the way back to Torgbean time, that are sitting in Swiss banks' account and the British Virgin Islands and other places. And those money went through SWIFT accounts. That if these guys are talking about asset recovery and it's serious, not the little things that chasing people around in Monrovia. I mean, you can do domestic asset recovery. You can do international asset recovery. International asset recovery has a lot of money. Nigeria proved it. Nigeria has received hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. They proved it. So it's there. But that's what SWIFT is, to answer your question. It's a way to send money internationally from bank to bank.
Great. This is why you are here, the professor, you are here to teach us. We see these things, we hear about them, but we don't know when you are sending your money through the banking system. You don't know how it gets there, but when you wire money, you go to your bank, you wire it, the next day, is there. Some people 24 hours, 48 hours, you got it. Now, let's talk about the financial issue, the security issue, the legal issue in Liberia, and educate us a little bit about the pending. The first time that Ellen won the Millennium Challenge, we were able to get something done at the LEC folks there. Now, how does it affect our standing with the next round of the Millennium Challenge, all things being equal?
Man, it's going to be you see, the problem in Liberia, we were too dependent on foreign aid, too dependent on it. And interestingly, in 2017, while being interviewed, President Boyka one time said, Liberia needs to get off foreign aid. And he said foreign aid was harming the country. So I don't know if this is his wish coming true, but things like the MCC Compact, under this America First policy, a lot of African countries need to come up with new strategies for foreign aid, because it's not going to be there. The fact that USAID was Liberia's biggest partner when it comes to foreign aid. America was spending anywhere from between 100 to maybe 300 million. The economic activity from USAID, it's gone. Because right now, USAID is shut down. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, is putting together plans to totally take apart USAID. So all that money that was going to fighting things like malaria, going to supporting things like the healthcare sector, education, all that, those things are gone. So imagine, Jerome, if the money that should have been going from the government budget to fight malaria, to improve the healthcare system, improve the education, was coming from USAID, and that money goes away. Who's going to close the gap right now? Who will be responsible for putting the money in there right now? It will be the government. And where's the government going to find our money? it's difficult to find out money, especially when we have what percentage of the budget goes to recurring expenditures, paying salaries?
Almost 90%.
Almost 90%, 89, 90%. So this is the time where this is like you in the second half of a football game, you only have 10 minutes left, and you have your Messi, you have your Mbappe, and you have all of your top people that's sitting on the bench, and you only have like 10 minutes to go, and the game is tied, and you want to make it over to the World Cup. Because what's going to happen right now is the public debt, borrowing from the World Bank, is not the solution. Because Liberia right now, they're at around the 50%, maybe even more, of public distress. What that means is Liberia is at the point where they may not even be able to make all of the debt payments. The debt payments is very high. They may not be able to make all of that payment. So USAID is gone. The other countries, the European countries that were going to send money to Liberia, they're not going to be sending money to Liberia. Why? Because President Trump has cut back his support for defending Europe. So those countries now have cut the foreign aid budget because they need to protect themselves. So Liberia not going to be expecting money from some of those countries, right? I mean, this is like a trifecta. It can't get any worse than this, right? And this is what every Liberian president within the first term or second term, they go through this economic calamity. Madam Sirleaf, when she came to power, what happened? By August of 2018, the financial crisis hit. Everybody took a hit from that. Economic activity slowed down. Things got a little bit tougher in Liberia. By the time we got out of the financial crisis, we started moving directly into Ebola. Ebola hit like around December or so of 2013. And it lasted. So Madam Sirleaf got hit with two significant items. By the time President Weah came in, boom, you had the drawdown of UNMIL. There was a lot of economic activities when UNMIL drew down. I'm sure President Weah, they had their own a little bit of technical issues because inflation spiked up because, that whole missing billions things, whatever the case may be. But then President Weah got hit with COVID by March of 2020. He got hit with COVID. And then a little bit after that, we had the war in Ukraine. That also caused a little bit of economic activity and caused prices to go up. Now here comes President Boyka. He comes in. He has this big, audacious idea of an arrest agenda. He would need billions to make it happen. People are celebrating, dancing. But what his plans fail to realize that every 2 to 3 years, there's some global economic crisis. So he shouldn't have planned that low thing because it wasn't going to happen. I was telling people, I said, it's not going to happen. Something's going to happen. So what happens? President Trump comes in. First thing he does, boom, he nipped USAID that was bringing a ton of money. MCC compact may still be at risk because the U.S. is not looking to spend that kind of money. Jerome, you mentioned it, right? Didn't President Trump mention Liberia's name during his...
Twice.
So he called out Liberia. The president of the United States, during his address to the state of the nation address, he called out Liberia that was spending $1.something million to make Liberians feel happy about the election. They said that was nonsense. So President Boyka got hit. The continuation of the war in Ukraine is still happening. So they still have to deal with that. You got this whole thing with tariffs, the 10% tariffs. The tariffs is going to hurt Liberia. It's going to hurt Liberia because Liberians tend to import a lot. So whether it's from China, from America, you're gonna suffer because when America hit China with tariffs, China will end up increasing their prices as they go other places. And when we import that stuff to Liberia, the prices are going to be high. So you're going to suffer. You said the war in Ukraine, the tariffs, and to close it all out, there's a threat of a global recession. When the U.S. economy sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. President Boyka has a lot to deal with, but if that wasn't enough, they decided to shoot themselves in the foot by having a crisis over at the House of Representatives, where now investors are saying, hey, if President Trump is increasing tariffs in these countries, I would be looking to maybe move my little factory somewhere else. Well, maybe places like Liberia. Oh, wait a second. They're having a problem over there with governance issue and the rule of law. They're hurting themselves big time, Jerome. Big time.
Okay, let's talk about the U.S. I think it was the Homeland Security, the economic advisor mentioned Liberia again when they came from a cabinet meeting, and he says that Liberia, it says all the ship that come, the Liberian Maritime will be scrutinized because they find out they are suspect for tax haven, illegal tax haven, and all of that. I mean, can you imagine our maritime, which is actually our flagship program, is now being discussed at the highest level for scrutiny for tax dodgers, people evading to pay their taxes, using the Liberian flag. I mean, those are two major, in the first 100 days of the Trump government, they mentioned Liberia twice. They talked to us about the impact this is going to have on maritime, and if our maritime goes maybe south a little bit, how would that impact our economy?
Man, that's a great question. I'm glad you mentioned that because, and whenever these guys mention Liberia, they don't seem to be mentioning Liberia in a good way. They're not saying, this is something good happening with Liberia. It's always something that's negative. The maritime that is run by LISCA, right? That whole maritime thing, that's a huge opportunity for Liberia to raise a lot of money because the money that Liberia gets from maritime, because LISCA is like a foreign agent for Liberia, you can go to the U.S. Department of Justice website and you can see how much LISCA is sending back to Liberia. LISCA is sending on a quarterly basis anywhere from maybe like 20 million or so to about maybe 40 million. Well, that's how much they're making. They're probably sending a fraction of that amount to Liberia. But America is kind of thinking now, wait a second. The two largest ship registry would be like Panama, Liberia, right? Mm-hmm. So America is thinking because America is looking to take over that whole thing with the Panama Canal.
That's correct.
And America also has its hands in the ship registry in Panama, meaning there are some high-level government officials that sit on the board that manages that. They may also be thinking about taking over that ship registry, right? And they could find good cause to do it because America just increased the sanctions against Russia. And they also had any ship that is transporting, I think Iranian oil, because they're trying to make sure Iran doesn't get nuked, right? So if you're transporting that, America says you're not going to do business with them. If you check the sanctions list every now and then, a Liberian ship flying with Liberia's flag will be on that sanctions list because someone is violating either the Russian sanction or the Iranian sanction. That might probably give America a cause to take over that whole maritime. But the problem is we never learned how to run that maritime business. It's always been run by the Cohen brothers over in Virginia, right here in the United States. Mm-hmm. We never empower our people to come here and learn the business. They will only come here and sit and watch, but they weren't learning the business. So if America takes that thing away, Liberia will have no recourse. They will have no strategy. And that would just be another blow right now because Liberia can't afford it. But Liberia has a way to make this thing better, my man. There's a way you can make this thing better. There's some solutions out there. But right now, I think the president of Liberia has shot himself in the foot a couple of times. And let me ask you, Jerome, I think you saw recently when President Trump threatened to remove the head of the Federal Reserve Bank, Jerome Powell.
Yes.
The market tanked. The stock market went down. Why is that? The president's not supposed to do that. The president's not supposed to be able to remove the Federal Reserve governor. But President Boycott did it. I'm not saying Tarlu was like the best man, but the rule of law, you got to follow the rule of law.
Correct.
But they removed Tarlu because they said it was some type of a misappropriations of $80-something million that he was doing. And shockingly, when his replacement came in, he said there wasn't a true investigation taking place. It was something that they were just kind of looking into.
That's correct.
The president cannot remove the central bank governor unless the governor is impeached. You have to look at the act that created the central bank. So the president did that, and then Jerome, how did that whole matter end? Tardo sued, but according to articles we read online, they settled the case by paying him off.
Yep.
So here's an example of where the president have completely ignored the rule of law by removing the central bank governor without going through the formal impeachment process, and the president got away with it. So now we can see when there's talk of removing the speaker and the Supreme Court rule, they're going to go ahead and ignore that. It discourages people from wanting to invest in the country because it shows that there is no judicial recourse. The judicial system is weak.
And you know, when you talk about land that has law and order rules and that govern everything that we do, when President Trump mentioned that he was anticipating firing the Federal Reserve president or governor, not only was he informed that it was legal, he couldn't do that, but the Wall Street tanked, and he had to back off and say it was just a statement in passing, but it was so the system self-correct because they know that it is good and it is firm and it's a country of rule of law.
Exactly.
Wow. Somebody wanted to know the ship registry that we talked about. It says here, as of January 1, 2024, the three largest ship registry in the world, deadweight, Liberia, Panama, and the Marshall Islands. So if you have any doubt, I mean, somebody in the comment section thought Japan was one of those. No, it is Liberia, Panama, and the Marshall Islands and that's as of January 2024. So this is brand new. But now let's talk a little bit about when the people when we talk about inflation. Can you explain it in the simplest terms so our folks in the market, because when we're talking about finance, for me, I'm talking about the folks who actually take the hit. Those we know that live from day to day, that don't have any reserve, that want to sell their fish or their chicken soup to make a living. What is inflation and how does it affect them? And how does government policy impact inflation? Yeah,
so inflation, to keep it simple, inflation is like a poor person's tax, a poor man, a poor woman tax. The reason being, inflation is nothing more than an increase in prices over a period of time. So if you pay, let's say, 5 LRDs today for something, and you come back 6 months from now, or let's say 1 month from now, and the price of the same thing have moved from 5 LRDs to about, let's say 7, that difference is the inflation. So you have an inflation of roughly about two LRDs on that same commodity. The reason it's a poor man or poor woman's tax is when the prices go up, your salaries or your paycheck in Liberia doesn't keep up with inflation. So your paycheck doesn't go up. So you're paying more today and your salary is not going up, so it's going to hurt you even more. Another way you can even experience that is when the value of the Liberian dollar falls. So if you need more LRDs to buy the same thing today, that's a problem. But this is how Liberians are going to catch hell, and it can be fixed, right? We import a lot of this stuff. And I remember the Ghanaian president, he also was discussing this at one time. He's saying Ghanaians cook with a lot of tomatoes. Why are we importing all that tomatoes when we can grow it right here? A lot of the stuff that we import, we can grow it right there in Liberia. We can grow it through agriculture. But then you might say, Jerome, wait a second, where do we get the money from to buy the equipment to do the agriculture? This is where, and I see Say mentioned in the chat when I was talking about the one of the richest countries in Africa, Seychelles. This is where we are so much better than all of these other countries because we have the natural resources to raise the money. And I remember Ben Sanvee mentioned in the chat when our man, what's his name, Alex, talked about the profit that ArcelorMittal made. It was over like $1 billion. And I still, I used to watch all of these guys brag about the profit they were making from Liberia. And I would sit there and I said, are Liberians reading this stuff? These people are hauling all of these natural resources and they're making billions. And here it is. You have to deal with buying everyday price. Your bitter boy, your okra, the prices are going up. But you don't have the income to keep up with that because of inflation. But ArcelorMittal is bragging about how much money they're making to the investors. And you have the resources. You have an abundance of iron ore. How do I know? HPX, Freelander, the guy is coming over to Guinea through Liberia to make almost 10, 15 billion. And when he said, oh, he's going to invest about 500 million or so in investment in Liberia, people were excited. Woo, because he's going to put through railroad. But the guy's going to make 15 billion of iron ore. How did this guy do it? He borrowed 90% of that money. He borrowed somebody, you know what I said, Jerome? Other people's money will help make you rich. They got borrowed their money. And because we talk about the governance structure in Liberia, places like Guinea, where they have coup d'etat, all those things there, because of those governance structure, what Freelander did was he went and he took political risk insurance. He went to the World Bank. The guy bought insurance just in case the investment he put in Liberia, if something went wrong, the insurance company would still pay back his investors. So a Development Finance Corporation, Wall Street, they all invested. That's how he raised the money to do the mining that he wants to do between Guinea, the Wologisi side of the Nimba mountain range. And he wants to haul that iron ore through Liberia. The guy's going to make about $10, $15 billion. We sit down there just letting people come in and suck out the resources. And we just don't have the investment banking sense to know how we can raise that money and do the exact same thing. It's killing us, man. It's actually killing us. But to answer your question, when prices start rising on the market, the price of gas, the price of palm oil, anything goes up, that is what inflation is. And every Liberian should be concerned when they're seeing inflation in the country rise up. But I give President Boy credit. It went down slightly during his first year in office, even though it's still high, but it went down slightly.
Great. Okay, now let's talk about, we've been hearing a lot of things about GDP. What is GDP and what is Liberia's GDP?
Yeah, so GDP is just the total amount of all the things that you make in a country, including the services. So if you're into, let's say, tourism, the little services, all of that, when it's counted and the number comes up, people use that as a way to measure how well your economy is growing. Because when the economy is growing, that means there's an opportunity for job creation. So we tend to look at GDP, the gross domestic product of all the goods and services in the country, as a way to measure how well the economy is doing and to give jobs. So Liberia GDP, just rough estimate, is between like $3 to $4 billion. But again, these are all estimate. It's not like in the US where we have things like they collect real data. The GDP number in Liberia, if you read it from like the World Bank or the IMF, there'll be an asterisk saying this is all an estimate because we don't have the data collection tool to know for a fact. And that's not a problem too. We don't collect real data. So what we do is we'll take the GDP and we'll take the population in the country. So Liberia has about, let's say, 5 million people or so. When we take the total GDP and we divide it by the number of people in the country, we can use the number that we call it GDP per capita, GDP by the number of people in the country. We use that number as a way to measure, just rough estimate, how well the people in the country are doing. Let me break it down. The Seychelles, for example, the GDP per capita is around 14,000 per person. It's a small island place, population around 100, 125,000. It's really the smallest country. Take another country like Botswana, the GDP per capita, I'm guessing on this one, but I think it might be around 7,000 or so GDP per capita. Liberia GDP per capita is around $700 and something. And some people can argue that it's around 1,000, but it's around, you can say between 7 to 1,000. GDP per capita at around 700. You want the Africa's oldest nation, the GDP per capita is around 700 Jerome. That tells you the country is not growing. It's not going anywhere.
So when you say per capita, what that means?
Person.
Okay, person. So the data saying that if you put all our business collection together in Liberia and you divide it by everybody, so it means that my grandmother in a village in Grand Bassa County will make $700. All things being equal, she's supposed to make $700 a year, the whole year.
All things being equal, that is correct. That is correct. What do you think? Remember that in the 70s, maybe about 50 years or so, Liberia GDP per capita was like around $400, between $400 to $500. The GDP per capita in Singapore at the time was like around 5,000 or so. Today, the GDP per capita in Singapore is around between 80 to 84,000. 80 to 84,000. And the GDP per capita for Liberia is around between 700 to 1,000. How is that possible? How can a country like Singapore that doesn't have the kind of resources we have? We got gold. Look at the price of gold. It's around 3,000 per ounce. We have rubber. We have an abundance of sunlight for solar. We have an abundance of rain, but still we don't have good, clean drinking water for our people. We have an abundance of rubber, but during Ebola, we didn't have gloves, latex gloves, and PPEs for our people. We import all of that stuff. We have iron ore, but we don't have a steel processing plant in the country. We have all of these things, but we don't seem to be growing. Why? Because like what Nelson Mandela said, we have a leadership crisis in our country. It's hurting us. Good. And the politics is killing us.
I want you to address, we have the currency. If somebody just asked the question, is the dollar still the best reserve currency for the world? And where does Liberia fall when it comes to this trade war, tariff war that's going on? So let's deal with the currency first. What is the US dollar is still the giant of the foreign reserve?
Yeah, so the US dollar still represents the sort of the benchmark. It still represents the go-to currency for international trade. But other countries have been trying their best to replace it. China and Russia have been trying their best to remove the US dollar. They're trying to come up with their own thing right now to replace the US dollar as that go-to currency. The Liberian dollar right now is not even at a level that anybody will be interested in keeping, So there's a whole, right now, for example, the euros, the European currency is strengthening because of Trump's tariff policy right now. But because we pay for everything in dollars, we need a lot of dollars right now because of this tariff. This tariff is going to be a big deal. But I think because China is not bowing down to President Trump, I think President Trump might pull back on the tariffs. But the tariff is going to cause an economic growth, a global economic growth. It's going to hurt Liberia because the amount of money we make from exports is going to go down because China is not going to be buying a whole lot. So that's the relationship right there when you look at tariffs. Oh, and I see some of our men in here. I see Johnny here. Ahmed, I see you guys in here. So let me give them a chance.
Ahmed, welcome, Ahmed and Johnny. Welcome, guys.
Yeah, Gilman, thank you. Thank you for the show. I have a question for Professor Larry. Can I speak now?
Yes, yes. If you're driving, be very careful.
Yeah,
If
I
you
know, I know. Don't worry. Don't worry, give me. I'm in charge. I'm in charge. So,
okay,
probably, I've always been concerned about our mineral with regards to our economy. Now we have our, Liberian extractive industry where we are mining the iron ore, the diamond, the gold, and everything else that we don't have that are not replaced. I'm always being concerned that we mine these minerals, they are not being replaced. How can we put more tariff or more kind of value to this mineral so that we get more income as compared to the timber industry or the agricultural industry? For example, rubber, we can remove rubber and replant rubber will grow again. We can always have rubber in Liberia. But in terms of diamond, gold, iron ore, and the rest of it, how can on these minerals to give us more economic benefit?
Yeah. So
okay. When you finish asking your question, please mute.
yeah. So real quick, Liberia really has to focus on not just implementing, enforcing like the Liberia Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. What was the name of the country that depleted their fisheries and they came over to Liberia and started fishing? I think it was Senegal.
Senegal.
Thank you. So to Johnny's point, your resources can be depleted. Senegal did some overfishing. They depleted their fisheries. And then you have people doing some illegal fishing over there. Your iron ore, you can't grow iron ore. Eventually, you will run out. And then you'll be in a lot of trouble. What you need to do is you need to diversify your economy. We hear people talk about this economic diversification, meaning don't just focus on the extractive sectors, the iron ore, gold, and all that stuff. You need to start focusing on using tourism. You need to look at agriculture and other stuff. But if you allow all of wasn't there a group that was coming to Liberia and even taking sand, a Chinese group?
Yes.
That's nonsense. People that are sucking up the resources from the country, including even things like sand, rocks. They come here and taking gravel. You can't grow sand. Those things will eventually be depleted. And when we talk about climate change, that thing is going to affect you. The solution is diversify your economy. Over back to you, Jerome.
Welcome, Mr. Russell. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
We have with us Professor Larry Kennedy. We're gonna be going to our politics and everything else, but there are things that are very germane to our existence. We talk about our finances, our business, the economy. So we invited a professor here to educate us. We've been talking about GDP. We've been talking about inflation. We've been talking about the importance of the rule of law and how it impacts our economy, foreign investment. Professor, you talked about public policy impacts government investment, foreign investment. Someone was talking about the impact that the house, the Guar in the house, is going to have on foreign investment. And one of the government's top ministers, Mr. Mo Ali, told them he doesn't care about foreign investment. Let them stay away as long as they get what they want. I thought that was very startling for somebody in that position to say, let them stay away if they want to. Your take, it validates what you were saying, that investors want to see stability. They want to see leadership. And when you hear somebody from the top of the government saying, if the investor don't want to come, let them stay away. Your take on that particular comment?
You see, that's the kind of situation where somebody doesn't understand the impact of foreign direct investments to the local economy. Because without foreign direct investments, you don't have jobs being created. You don't have there's a high number of young people unemployed in that country. And in 2012, Madam Sirleaf made this statement. She said the number of young people unemployed in that country is a threat to national security. Because if you had, how many young people you think would get up on a hot sunny day, go and follow legislator to say they're promoting them or be dancing in the street if they have a job to go to? They're not going to do it. They will go to work. But when you have somebody saying things like foreign direct investment plays, maybe he doesn't understand the impact of foreign direct investment. Countries are fighting for foreign direct investment. Here in the US, they have something called Select USA. It's taking place in Washington, D.C., where they're looking to bring foreign direct investments to the country by telling people, hey, if you want to invest, select USA to invest. That's what it's called. Other countries in Africa are fighting for foreign direct investment. For somebody to say, they can stay away, he doesn't understand the fact that the population is growing, but you're not creating jobs fast enough. And eventually these young people that will start protesting, and it could lead to chaos because Liberia is a fragile state. You can't keep relying on natural resources because, the natural resources, to Johnny's question, if we're not renegotiating some of the natural resources, the concessions, we end up losing. We also need to focus on applying some type of progressive tax, like the article we saw in the chat room. If somebody like Arcila Vital making like $1 billion, you need to have some type of a progressive tax to make sure some of that money fall back into Liberia. So without foreign direct investments, you're going to have no jobs. And that's why you don't hear people talking about job creation in the country. That thing's going to lead to chaos. I'm telling you, man. A lot of young people will be unemployed, and they're going to start protesting, and it's going to create a problem in that country.
Great. We got 15 more minutes left in this. About 20 minutes left in this segment. Mr. Russell, any question for our financial expert here?
Well, thank you. And once again, it's great to be here. And I'd like to say hi to all of our listeners and our viewers. And Professor Kennedy, it's nice to see you once again, to interact with you again. My first question to you, though, is that what do you think, if implemented, will be the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area as a way to boost inter-African trade that Liberia could definitely benefit from?
Yeah, and I'm so glad you asked that question, Brother Russell. So glad you asked that. With what's going on outside of Africa, especially with the President Trump tariffs, Africans need to learn to trade with each other as a way to boost the local and domestic economies. That's a great question. The African countries then really need to come together and see how they can work together. But you have a situation like ECOWAS, since 2024, I think ECOWAS have dropped down from about 15 countries to about 12. Because I think Burkina Faso, Mali, exactly. But we need to have some type of a cohesion. We need to have some unity. But brother, I'm telling you, man, Brother Russell, that's an important concept that I hope African countries get together and trade amongst themselves. It would boost up economic activity and job creation on the continent. So that's a great question. They need to focus on that.
Great. Your second question, sir?
And the other question, I know we talked about it a lot. We've seen the benefits accrued with engaging the diaspora. We've seen what is done for countries like Pakistan, what is done for Israel, for example, India, and so many other countries. What would you say to this government to sort of encourage them to seriously, as opposed to just, I know Madam, Mrs. Sirleaf, talked about it, how the diaspora is the 16th county, and I think President Boubacar also referenced that too as well. But what could you say to the government, to the national legislature, to fully and truly embrace the diaspora, you know, and you know, and tell us, you know, what would that mean for us as a, you know, as a country, as a people, and you know, and how would that in any way, you know, have some sort of positive outlook, you know, of the economy.
All right. So anybody who's listening, if you hear what Brother Russell just asked, this is where you need to pay close attention, because this is a game changer. What Brother Russell just asked right here. How can the diaspora help? We know that Liberians tend to rely heavily on remittances, but there are other ways you can actually do it. For example, Nigeria relying on the diaspora, they set up like an investment kind of bond. In the first round, Nigeria raised about $300 million.
Wow.
Think about it. This was in 2017, about $300 million. We know Kenya has a diaspora bond out there. So you can appeal to people. You can say, okay, look, this is a national call to Liberians in the diaspora. You can invest, let's say between $500 to $1,000. You can invest depending on your economic status in America or Europe or Canada or Latin America. You can invest in here. We know Ghana is trying the exact same thing. I'm telling you, what Brother Russell just mentioned, y'all need to pay attention. Anybody in the government, with all of the stuff that is going away, this is one of the key strategies for you to raise money. We know Ghana is trying to raise almost $3 billion. They have an agenda that is set up until 2028. $3 billion they're trying to raise. So you need a plan to make this happen, because the financial sector is one of the most heavily regulated in the United States. You can't bring your corruption stuff over here because they will jail you. So if you're looking to use the American system for a diaspora fund to raise money, make sure you are using highly credible people, but you can raise anywhere from $30 to $50 million within a matter of months. And within a period of 2 to 3 years, you can be raising around $100 to $300 million. Why? Because it's estimated that between 500 to 700,000 Liberians live in the diaspora. It's on the U.S. Department of Commerce website. They talked about it. Again, what Brother Russell, go back and rewind this and listen to it. But what Brother Russell just mentioned, this is extremely important. Tap the diaspora, not just for remittances. Tap the diaspora to invest in Liberia. But they're not going to do it if you don't have a good governance structure. They're not going to do it. But over the President Boyka's term, he can raise upward of $100 to $150 million from the diaspora. I'm telling you, because the numbers are out there on the U.S. Department of Commerce website.
Let me just follow up, Mr. Gaiman. But aren't there efforts on the way? I know that the groups like one headed by Dwalu, this guy called Dwalu, and that there've been some other efforts. I'm not sure if Isaac Va Tokba is part of some of those groups. You know, and now that's one thing, though, right? But what about knowledge transfer to putting all of that in that mix? So I know the financial piece is huge, you know, and knowledge transfer, of course, it operates along this continuum. So I mean, it can be in the financial sector, it can be about, you know, improving the economy, but we can also use that within that, you know, that model of diaspora engagement. You know, to also bring some talents and some skills, you know, to the country, you know, through that whole diaspora pipeline.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So Brother Dwalu he has the right idea. He just needs some support, because he's doing it on a private sector level. So at his level, it's not scaled to have the level of impact, meaningful impact in the country. He will have some impact, but not meaningful. And I haven't, you know, been following it closely, but I know at one time I had a conversation with him, and I told him, I said, what are you doing? You have the right idea. If the government were to come and support you, because I know he's partnered with Brother Isaac Topa as well. But you need to scale it up to make it even bigger, to impact more people. You need the government to come in, because when the government comes in, and let's say they made Dwalu sort of the champion, or they make him the spokesperson, and they help him, he travel to the main areas. Some of the key areas where you find a lot of Liberians would be Minnesota, right? The Brooklyn Park area in Minnesota, in Philly, Pennsylvania, you'll find a lot of Liberians in there as well. In New York, in New Jersey, DC. So you need someone to take the message around and spread it. You can see at least between 10 to 15% of the 500,000 to 700,000 in the Liberians in diaspora, they are economically well off. They can invest in this stuff. So I know Dwalu and Isaac and Tupa are trying to do something, but to make it impactful in Liberia, when you're talking about 100 million or so, you need to get the government involved. Another great question.
Yeah, let me reintroduce the show real quick, Ahmed. Welcome to the final day of closing argument on the week. This is basically a weekend review, and we are going to be touching on everything. But importantly, today is our finances. People on the ground need to know how money and decisions they are inseparable. Decisions policymakers make has an impact on the economy. It has impact on investment. It has impact on investors. And we'll talk about job creation, which is the panacea to stability in Liberia. It will create jobs for the young folks. We are in for a long. So with me today is Professor Larry Kennedy, Ahmed Stefanik, Ms. Honorable Winfred Ward-Russell. We got Anthony Gay. We got our studio guest, gentleman in the studio, Myean, the Torgbean. He's our up-and-coming top journalist in Liberia, and we have Johnny also on the line. Welcome, Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Gibman, and I want to say thanks to Professor Kennedy for taking the time. Professor, while I have you here, let me use this opportunity to ask you a very basic question. Currently in Liberia, we have two currencies running concurrently as the quote-unquote legal tender in the country. Help us understand the negative impact of having two currencies running concurrently, like the Liberian dollar and the US dollar. It's a challenge for the ordinary person who does not have anyone in the diaspora receiving remittance on a monthly basis or quarterly basis, but they have to meet the equivalent of the United States dollar at the prices at price, or commodity at price at the US dollar price rate.
Yeah, I think you kind of answered the question a little bit for me, so thanks for helping me out. So I mean, because of some of these challenges, some countries go what is called full dollarization, because sometimes when the currency gets so weak, they don't have anything. And first of all, currencies are referred to as fiat. They come about because of legislative action. If I were to ask you, what is backing the U.S. currency? You would say there's gold at Fort Knox, right? If I say what is backing the Liberian, well, let me take it back a step. What is backing the U.S. currency? If you read the U.S. currency, it says it is backed by the full faith of the United States government. So the United States government in itself is backing the U.S. currency. What is backing the Liberian dollars? Do you have full faith in the Liberian dollars? Some people don't. But when you have this dual currency, you made the point clear, because we purchase everything in US dollars. So you rely on the US dollars being sent to Liberia in order for you to be able to make some purchases. It hurts the local people who cannot get their hands on Liberian dollars. Having a dual currency, sometimes it creates a whole lot of confusion, because people have to translate the price of one thing from Liberian dollars to American dollars, and then be able to make purchases in American currency. So at one point, the Liberian dollars was on a one-to-one basis with the US dollar.
Yep.
You know, we're saying the Liberian dollar was strong enough to do that, but we're no longer at that point. And a lot of people, you know, no longer at that stage. But why do we have dual currency? Because it's a type of sovereignty. It kind of tells us that, hey, you know, we are in charge of our own domain. Another reason why you want to have your own currency is because if the U.S. changed its monetary policy at the Federal Reserve Bank, let's say the U.S. decide, listen, we have inflation, we need to take dollars out of the economy, so to start, I don't want to get too technical, but to pull money out through the policy, they tend to sell U.S. treasuries, and when banks start buying that, it pulls money out of the economy. It's the same thing that during the when we had the missing billions or the alleged missing billions, and we had people out there looking to buy currency out of the market. It's the same thing. But if you don't have your own sovereign currency, if the U.S. changes its policy, you're in bad shape. So it's kind of you caught between a rock and a hard place. Your currency is not strong enough to stand by itself. You import a whole lot of stuff, but at the same time, you don't want to rely on the U.S. Currency 100%. Oh, but let me add this thing real quick. The same people that's printing the U.S. money is the same people that's printing the Liberian money. Is that Crane, that company called Crane. Mm-hmm. They're over at the old Swedish central bank called Riksbank. Severiks Riksbank. That's where those guys have one of their offices.
Wow. Ahmed, any questions?
I was still following the show. I will cut in once.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Can you give us any dual currency regime success story? I mean, because Liberia is not unique in this respect, though, right?
That was going to be my question. Thank you, Councilman Russell.
Any country that has a successful dual currency?
Yes, a country that has a successful dual currency regime. I mean,
most of the countries.
Imagine Liberia is not the only one in this.
No. Most of the countries that still uses their own currency in addition to another currency would be, you'll find it in Europe, right? So you have your euros, but you still have people relying on the British pound sterling. You have people relying on the Dutch mark. You have people relying on the Italian lira. So those countries, in essence, do have sort of a dual currency system, but they also have a better financial system as well to be able to handle that.
So,
Honorable Kennedy, Johnny, are you there?
Let me come in with just a question for Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So Mr. Kennedy, we found out that in our country nowadays, we see like investors. We see that investors are being skeptical in terms of the investment risks. So, do you care to explain about investment rate within our country and what you have observed when it comes to the investment rate?
Yeah, that's a great question, because the investment that's coming in will always lead to job creation. But what investors is looking for is, I would say, like one main thing. How do I get my money back if I put it in this country? How do I get my money back? So you can have if you have a terrible governance structure, it would be hard for me to put my money in that country. Liberia has a lot of beautiful beaches, Robertsport, a lot of beautiful beaches. Investors are willing to put up hotels for tourism, like what they're doing in Sierra Leone. But there's always the risk that they may not get the money back, or somebody might kind of mess with them and they try to go to the courts, and the courts will not rule in their favor. So investors will be skeptical. But any investor, the first thing, what is my return on my investment? How am I going to get my money back? Liberia has great opportunities. Mind you, now, Liberia has great opportunities. We have a lot of young people over there. So the manpower is there to put those young people to work. You can put them to work in the agriculture sector. Cocoa, for example, that's a great opportunity right now, because the major importer of cocoa right now, Nestle, should be in Liberia setting up a cocoa processing plant. But Nestle's not going to do it. Why do you think they go to other countries? Maybe Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. Because in Liberia, look, the investors are not stupid. They see exactly what you see. So when people on the ground are protesting, when people on the ground are marching on the Capitol, when students are protesting and you have instances of them being beaten, when you see situations where the legislature have a constitutional crisis, investors will not look to put their money in there. So when we sit down over in the investment banking world and we're looking for countries to invest in, We look at places where there is good governance, good rule of law. That's the thing that is frightening investors. And investment over the past 5 years or so has fallen from about 800 or so million in foreign direct investments. It might be a little bit under $500 million, probably even less than that right now. That means that's jobs, that's job loss. But so that's a good question. Investors are looking to see how things are going out on the ground. They see that as well.
Great. If you are a government official and you are listening, investment is based on risk. If your country, I was at one of the embassies in January, and the gentleman said he was in charge of investment in his country. And he said Liberia is such a high risk, very high risk, that since he's been in Liberia for 6 months, now one person from his country has called him to ask if there's a possibility of investment because the risk is just too high. So if you were in Liberia, you were in government, some of the things you want to be looking at would be resolving that issue in our house, having a reconciliation with the Supreme Court, because where there is no law and order, nobody will invest. Johnny, you are in Liberia. We want to make sure that you get your question in before your LEC goes off.
Let me ask a quick question to you guys. I want to follow up on where.
Prof, 1 minute. Let me have my question. You do your thing. So, Prof, I'm looking at technology, right? How can technology, like the internet technology, how can that be, part of our economy? How can that improve our economy? Internet and other technological, and we are in a world of technology now. So, how can internet and other aspects of technology support our economy as a, developing country or developing economy?
Having reliable internet can lead to at least 25 to 50,000 jobs right away. And I'll tell you why. Ghana, and somebody, maybe one of the listeners can remind me, because I'm trying to remember the name of the company that partnered with between USAID and Google to try to put internet across Liberia. I know they did it in Ghana and they were trying to do it in Liberia. When I was in Liberia one time, we saw people kind of digging to try to lay down some fiber optics cable. And the fiber optics came from Gabon, and I think it hit Liberia like in 2011, 2012, but still up to date. We don't have wide spread internet. Internet is the game changer. Seychelles that we talked about, they also have very good financial systems. Mauritius, very good financial system. Internet can do job creation. Let me tell you quickly how. If you're able to set up a coding boot camp, meaning to write codes, it's not difficult. You can set up a coding boot camp. I can even volunteer to teach somebody Python, right? So if you want to learn things like Python, maybe even some business analytics courses, I can do that online, teach you like Power BI, maybe Tableau or something like that. So you're saying to yourself, well, wait a second, you teach me this stuff, how am I going to get a job? If I were to teach you that stuff, there's a website called Fiverr, Fiverr. You can go on that website as a freelancer if you know how to write Python codes, or maybe how to build a Power BI dashboard, or maybe how to do SQL. You sitting in Liberia with good internet, you can go over there and you can sell your skill to people who want you to write or develop apps for them. Maybe you know how to build a website. Maybe I can teach you how to build a website on WordPress. Maybe you can do it with HTML, HTML5. Again, with the internet, you can create thousands of jobs right away in Liberia. I know President Boyka talked about 10,000 ICT jobs in his Sonar address. When I follow up to see how that went through, it wasn't a serious plan. They weren't serious about that. They gave money to some people who came in. They said they were teaching the young people then some ICT skills, but it got nowhere. Take the very smart, top young people, put them in a coding boot camp, and teach them that stuff. The internet is a game changer, also for the healthcare sector. The former ambassador McCarthy, he said it. He said, just by improving the internet in Liberia, you will boost GDP growth by almost 3 percentage points, because doctors also will be able to go to the internet, connect with people in other countries to help find cure for diseases. It immediately improved things like telehealth. I can sit over here. One time I built an app using something, and I'm going to call some names. I sent that. No, I'm not going to call any names. But But I sent,
Professor, I don't know that you're a technology person today. Getting that only finance and economics, you know.
but I actually sent this app, and it's a healthcare management system that showed when somebody, because a lot of people in Liberia, when they go to a hospital, they either got to come with a paper folder or the hospital can't find it. It's a healthcare management system that you can have on your cell phone. So you, Johnny, when you come to the hospital, I will use your biometrics. I will take your thumbprint, put it on that app. It will register you, and I will see what you came to the hospital for the last time you came here. If it's something that we don't have a cure for, we can set up an appointment with a telehealth professional over here in the US who can get online and help you. More important, you can use that telehealth technology to help treat a lot of people that suffer from mental illnesses as a result of the war. A lot of people didn't get treatment. So internet is a game changer, and we need to invest a little bit more in it. I heard them talking about Starlink, with Elon Musk and all that stuff, but I don't know.
Professor, to be very frank with you there, Johnny, great question, because when I was vice president for Minority Affairs with the Chamber of Commerce, St. Lucie County, one of the things that we used to do was, like I say, I kept saying it, and I will keep saying it, is to go out of the other state, right, to steal other companies who come to Florida. And there were 5 questions that we had to answer every time you went. The number 1 question was utilities. Do you have the utilities, that electricity, that roads, that water, and internet? Because if you don't have electricity, you can't have any of the other thing anyway, okay? Because everything boils down to electricity. I talked to someone here, and they were trying to build a call center for one of the telephone companies, and I talked to them. It could, consider Liberia. And the gentleman told me, how is the electricity? Because you're talking about 24 hours running shifts. If a guy called from AT&T and his app is down and he needs help, 24/7, do you have internet connectivity? All of those things are predicated on electricity. So people don't understand, the government doesn't understand how important and critical electricity is. So utility is very important. Mr. Russell, you've been in government, you've been in private sector. Talk to us about the importance of electricity.
I would take that. There was noise in my background, so I would take that later. So let somebody just go, and then I will come back after that.
Okay, Professor Kennedy, everything you are talking here, everything we are talking, the finances, the government, in fact, security, national security is also based on electricity. Talk to us about the importance of electricity on all of these IT and everything that we are talking. These things cannot happen if we don't have electricity. Talk to us about the importance of electricity.
Yeah, I would take maybe 60 seconds and touch on it. Electricity is one of those enablers, one of those ingredients. It's like when you're cooking soup. It's like the salt you need and the pepper in that soup to make the soup taste good. You need electricity to help with economic development, right? But you can have electricity in the country because we have an abundance of sun. So you can have solar farms. I was working with, and I will call his name, and he's one of the, in charge of the sister cities over in Texas, retired Judge Littlejohn. He's been to Liberia a couple of times. Judge Littlejohn was we were putting together a program to teach people in Liberia, young people in Liberia, about how to set up solar panels. So one of the schools that I work with over here, I brought them, put everybody on a call, and the school agreed to help sponsor the project. And where Judge Littlejohn is over in Texas, he was so interested in this thing, he took his certificate program. A retired judge, he went back to school, took a certificate program in solar panels installation, just so he can help in Liberia. So he brought, and he has a lot of good connections. He brought the school from Texas, I brought the school from the East Coast, and we all decided to put together a program to set up a solar panel training facility in Liberia. But the person in the government side who was spearheading the project, he was afraid at the time of the president, thinking that he was trying to get popular so he can run for president. So he got afraid and he kind of dropped the whole idea. You see the mentality? You see why I say politics is killing the people down there? Something like solar that can benefit, and you can start on a small scale. There are so many other people that I talk to all the time, the George Famblett, the Isaac, all these guys, and they have a ton of knowledge and experience in some of these solutions. The solutions are out there. You just have to be willing to talk to other people and have them help you get that solution on the ground. Because again, you have to invest in the young people, and putting them in school and teaching them how to put together solar panels, that's a huge thing right there, man. It's a game changer right there for Liberia.
6 weeks, they'll be ready to go.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 5 more minutes on this segment, so we can go to the other segment. If you have any questions,
let me ask a question to Mr. Kennedy.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kennedy, for the past time, I guess you've been following the budget process within Liberia, the government budget process. How transparent and accountable you think the budget is like with Liberia? And I also like to know how is it like when okay, just answer the first one, then I'll come in with the next one.
If you live in New York City long enough, there's a word that the Italians tend to use. It's called a fugazi, right? The budget is fake. It's nonsense, right? It's like a fugazi. What that means is the budget is crafted in such a way that it benefits government officials a lot more than the people. A lot more of the money should be roughly about 20% or more should go to education to help train the young people. That's not happening. Money should be going into the healthcare system. It's not happening. A lot of the money in the budget goes to recurrent expenditures. Some of the recent budgets have shown where the executive and the top people in the legislative side have increased their budget. And then the budget is used to pay for everything, including even cell phone. I'm surprised the budget not paying for the water they use to flush the toilet, because that's how ridiculous the budget has become. But things have to change, because you can't keep doing the same thing like this, right? The budget, I can tell you, man, the budget has to change, because while we are using our budget for travels and using the budget for all these recurring expenditures, we're relying on foreign aid in the budget to close the gap, to close the budget shortfall, to strengthen the budget. But that foreign aid has gone away. So we need to reprioritize the national budget immediately. Start looking to see how you can save $50 to $100 million on the budget.
Yeah,
Professor
Kennedy.
Okay. I can come in again.
Yeah. Your second question on Myean.
Okay. Yeah. So you being a Liberian who wants your country financial system to be put into place, what are those measures, or what are measures that you think can be put into place to combat financial crimes like money laundering and corruption?
So we have a paper-based system, and people can change records if it's paper-based. You have to move away from paper-based to electronic, where there's an audit. If you right now get on your phone and you transfer money, there is an audit trail, because electronically we can see how you move the money. If you decide to take money out of your pocket, maybe write a receipt and hand it to somebody, we can't see that. To deal with corruption, you're not going to be able to eliminate corruption 100%. Nobody has been successful in doing that. But you have to be able to move to an electronic system where we can see where the money is going. And then once we know their money is going, and we empower the LACC, we give them that power to prosecute, jail people, and do all that thing, seize their assets. LACC can look at the electronic records and say, look, listen, your salary doesn't match your lifestyle. Where are you getting all this money from? That's what happens in the US. It happens in Europe. You have somebody's salary not matching their lifestyle. Right now, today, and this is something that I brought up on another conversation with Senator Dillon. I was asking him about it, but he got into discussing personal stuff, and I just he's not a serious guy. Right now, today, there is a lobbying contract over on the Department of Justice website where the person who is lobbying for the Liberian government, I'm not sure what this whole relationship is, but that person used to be a U.S. congressman who was charged with corruption and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. If you've been in the Philadelphia area, you have heard of Shaka Fatah.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have heard that name.
Of course, of course.
Exactly. So when you have the kind of, and that's how the U.S. Department of Justice caught him, because they went through the electronic records and they saw what he was doing. But today, that man is on the U.S. Department of Justice website lobbying for the Minister of State for presidential effect in Liberia. So to answer your question, you got to go electronic. You got to make everything digitized.
Okay. So yes. So okay. Let me lay the premise for my question, Professor Kennedy. And so we are in this country, and so one of the things that, if you follow my work, we have pushed for Liberians here, immigrants and Liberians in particular, in my case, for example, to have citizenship, to own property, and to then invest here within the community in which we live. And of course, the government, supports that. When we had issue here, the Liberian immigrant community in Minnesota had issue with DED, and we've been fighting to get a permanent path to citizenship for Liberian immigrants. We fought, we lobbied, and the cities and the state government supported us because they knew that if they were to deport all of these Liberians who were on DED, it was going to have a severe effect on the economy, on the local economy. The school districts were going to suffer. Our housing sector was going to suffer. I mean, across the board, there's going to be issues. So they encouraged us, they supported us to get at least pathway to citizenship, but gave us permanent residency and stuff, where we will be able to make our money, reinvest our money in the community, improve our community, and all of that. So now in Liberia, I think, as far as I know, and as far as I have, I have research. My research has gone. Liberia is, if not the only country, one of the very few countries in Liberia, in Africa, where non-Negro citizens are not allowed to be citizens of the country. We know why that was put there. Back when the country was first founded. But that law, and that provision, that Negro clause within that clause within the Constitution, still there, and it's from my vantage point, and I think any reasonable person who looks at it is racist, on his face. So what would encourage a Lebanese or Indian or non-Negro person in Liberia? What's going to encourage them to reinvest the money there, to keep the money in the country? And what is the impact on the local economy, on the Liberian economy of capital flight?
Yeah, so real quick, we need to kind of take a look at some of the laws that we have on the books, because some of those laws, you're absolutely correct, they are very, very discriminatory, right? Some of those laws were put in place during a time when the original settlers, so to speak, were looking to kind of keep certain people out. We really need to kind of reassess, and that mentality has gone throughout the years, as we change constitutions, gone throughout the years. It's the same kind of mentality that we see in the U.S., where the 14th Amendment is being attacked, right? Mm-hmm. So, and this is why DED for Liberians, I believe it is scheduled to expire in 2026. And there are signals that President Trump may not renew that. But again, to your point, we need to kind of come together, mobilize. Look, connect with me through one of these guys. Then, if you want me to come and connect with you guys, talk to you guys about some strategies and stuff, I'm open to collaboration. People like the Palestinians, they're also at risk. Some of the laws that we have on our books, it doesn't encourage people to come and invest in the country. We need to reassess those things then. Dual nationality. You remember, I think we have laws that saying, some of the dual nationality for even some Liberians not allowed to hold certain public office and things like that. Those things do not help grow your country. The president of Israel, what's her name? I think Indira Gandhi. No,
Gandhi was India.
No, not India. From Israel. Golda Meir. She wasn't born in Israel. She was not born in Israel, right? She attended school in the U.S., had U.S. citizenship, went to Israel, eventually became president, and became one of Israel's most prominent leaders. We just simply need to take a look at some of our laws and change that. But the problem is the people who are benefiting from some of those laws are the legislators who will not be willing to change it. So you see how Liberia is kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even changing the budget, going back to the young man's question, changing the budget, the people who need to change the budget, that the people who are benefiting from it, they're the legislators. And you're not going to be able to convince them to change the budget and reduce their salaries.
Yeah, and so the second part of my question was, what is the impact, if any, the flight of capital flight is having on the local economy?
Well, if the money stays in a country, there's an economic phrase called the Keynesian model. If the money stays in the country, after John Maynard Keynes, if the money stays in a country, it helps to lead to development, because you, Brother Russell, spending $10, that money will be used in the market. The market woman will take that money. She will go ahead, maybe to the farm, spend that money, and then that money tends to roll through a multiplier effect. People who feel that they don't have a skin in the game, they will send that money back to their homeland because they feel that they cannot put it into real estate in the country. They cannot buy land in the country. There's so many things they cannot do in the country. You will have capital flights. That's why you see the U.S., you have to sometimes look at the U.S. because if you have a certain amount of money invested in the U.S., you immediately get a green card. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
It encourages people to come to the country and invest. So we need to look.
But why, folks? That's not that complicated, right?
It's not rocket science, bro. It's not rocket science, but it's the leadership.
Honorable Kennedy, I think you and I were in New York when the Japanese came to buy the Empire State Building, and people were wondering what happened. And then we had the education. The guy said, "What are they going to do with the Empire State Building? Will the Japanese take it back to Japan? Let them bring that $10 billion and buy the building." And guess what? All the mega ships that the United States was selling to these folks when Russia got into that mill, what happened? All their monies, everything. In fact, the Middle Eastern folks, the crime with the World Trade Center, all the money. You know what happened to the big bank account when the lawsuit went? The United States had that leverage.
Yep.
They had that leverage because you got all your money invested here. So
it just happened to Iran. Remember, America was holding so much of Iranian money until recently Joe Biden sent it back. Yeah, you're right.
So that's why, Honorable Russell, those of us who have the idea, we have to disabuse our brothers and sisters on the ground. We have to do something to build that confidence that people coming to the country, the Lebanese, all the money the Lebanese are taking out of the country. The reason they are doing it is we are not tying the money down into our country. The Indians, they're taking the money back to India. Why? Because we are not tying the money down into the country. How we told them, listen, you can't come and just rent a shop here, zing around, take all the money and go. You have to build an infrastructure that is code enforceable, that is approved. The folks will improve They will invest their money, their children will be born there, and they will have their skin in the game. But because we are so narrowly defining everything that the people take their money out of the country. Every dime going to either Lebanon, Iran, India, and nothing leaves in the country. So we have to think that. Honorable Kennedy, thank you very much. This time is I want you to stay though, because most of the questions we come to talk about may have some financial link to it. So let me go to the first one here. We are talking about 4 individuals from the Liberian Institute for the Promotion of Academic Excellence have been arrested and forwarded to the Monrovia City Court for criminal prosecution for allegedly stealing $30,000 from the economy. 30,000. Can you imagine people who are in charge of economic excellence? They're selling stuff. They are peddling, they are stealing, they are doing everything. If somebody is in charge, if you went to Baruch, right? Baruch College that has all the integrity and everything, and somebody within that institution is selling stuff, either grades, registrar, going into the archive and changing stuff. I mean, these are serious crimes. Let me start with Canada. Let me start with Johnny here, because Johnny is in Liberia. Hopefully he doesn't lose his stuff. Johnny, we're talking about several things here. You can talk about that. You can jumble them up. Let's talk about that. And then let's also talk, while we got you here, let's talk about the National Elections Commission.
Yeah, so, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the issues I see here also is that there are Liberians that have the capacity and the resources to also invest in Liberian economy. But we have a situation in this country where our state actors prefer giving support to the foreign investors as compared to Liberian investors. I have 2 Liberians that I know of that have been struggling in the last 1 year in this country to invest in Liberian economy in the rubber industry. And to the extent where some of the laws we have are so much like, not even allowing us. For example, if you, Gilman, or, Larry want to invest in this country, you will have more obstacles compared to an Indian or Lebanese who wants to invest in Liberia in the rubber industry, and other parts of other aspects of our economy. So we need to find a way where Liberians from the diaspora who have worked over the years that want to come back home and contribute to the Liberian economy have some level of some leverage, some opportunity. Not necessarily giving them free ride, but giving them an opportunity where they can invest with no hurdle, no obstacle in the way. But for example, we have an Indian man called Jetty, who is who's investing in the rubber industry. We have Liberians who are also here, want to do the same investment in the rubber industry. Although Liberians have more difficulties doing the business in rubber industry compared to Jetty, who has an easier ride because it's speculated that he has a lot of influence over most of the major political actors in the country. So our economy, I still believe that since the last 20, 30 years, Liberians have worked in the diaspora, have worked, and they realize that they can come back home and invest. Like I heard Professor Larry saying, if Liberian can invest home, that investment will be more sustainable than allowing our foreign counterparts investing here. And based on our laws also, when the foreign counterparts come to invest here, they invest to take the money out of here and take it back home or other areas where they have more interest or more skin in the game that we serve, like I heard from Professor Larry. So that's the situation we have here. But we need more Liberians from the Europe, from the US, from other parts of the world who have the capacity to invest. And our system here has to create a condition for Liberians to come back home and invest there. Well, for me, I want to see Liberian owning, even money industry. Why I don't think it's difficult to have Liberians owning industry where it could be money, diamond, gold, or even iron ore. But what I learned also, most of you guys come here, they come with LC, letter of credit, not with any money at all. They come with LC, go to these banks and take loan from the very banks and start investing in Liberia. So I think our economy can be better if Liberians are given the 100% opportunity with no obstacle in their way. And I believe if we do that, we'll do better in Liberia. Thank you.
Professor Larry, we talk about the LC, letter of credit. While Liberians, let's say someone like Winfred Russell or Mr. Krumah or Ahmed, why is that easy for them to get a letter of credit, to go to the bank and say, I got a fabulous idea. This is what I have, the business plan, have the capacity. I have done this before. I know how to do it. Why we are having problems securing the LC, but the foreign national get it on first try?
And that's just the major issue in the country, because to invest, you need access to capital. You need money. And you can't get access to capital in Liberia unless maybe you know somebody. Because we've seen instances where government officials have been able to go to a car dealership and borrow money simply based on the job they're expected to get. Or maybe even go to LBDI and take loans. I bet you, I can almost certainly guarantee you, LBDI is actually defunct. It's actually bankrupt. They're probably robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because you can't have a high number of non-performing loans, meaning people are not making payments, because when the loan you're giving, that's somebody else's money, somebody who deposited the money. So if that person or that government official hasn't paid back that money, that simply means that the bank at some point doesn't have enough money. You know, there's a phrase in banking that we call a run on the bank, right? That simply means that if everybody decides all at once to get online and try to withdraw the money from the bank will have to shut down because they just don't have enough money. A lot of banks in the US, hundreds of banks in the US, they go bankrupt. They don't just stay in business for the sake of staying in business. But to Johnny's point, Liberians are not giving any sort of preferential treatment when it comes to borrowing money. The foreigner seems to have a little bit more leeway when it comes to borrowing money. And you're not going to, look, I'm telling you, it boils down to the leadership in the country. The leader sets the standard that everybody else in line will follow. If the leader said this is what it's going to be, we're going to give Liberians access to capital, like what we're seeing happening sometimes in Ghana or Kenya or Rwanda or Botswana. If the leader sets that stage, Liberians will be more willing to follow suit and start giving loans to Liberians. But there's some people who say, oh, Liberians are not known for paying back loans. Well, in any country, some people don't want to pay back loans. That's why in finance, we have the 5 C's. You have to check the person's credit, but we don't have a credit reporting system, right? You have to make sure the person have a job, but if people that are unemployed, they're not going to pay back the loan. So all those things, they kind of tie in together. But to Johnny's point, we need to put a policy in place where we are giving Liberians access to capital to invest and making sure that we provide them the support so they don't go bankrupt.
Thank you.
Krumah,
come in. Siliki.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead. You before the professor leaves, any concern on finance, on banking, on business, on Liberia economy?
Yes, sure. That's why I had to run quickly to come, because I have 2 questions that I wanted to ask Professor Larry, and good to be here again. So, Professor Larry, most often we see the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank making projections about Liberia. And it happens during the former government, the CDC government, and I think it's happening now under the UP government. So those institutions that will make a projection or the economy of Liberia is going to 2% or 5% and whatever the projection is. But in reality, when you come to Liberia, you don't see that, implementing on the lives of the people. You don't see that, but just make that projection, just on the paper. But in reality, on the ground, you don't see the economy, like the economy is improving to the kind of percentage that they make those, projection on. So I just wanted to know on what basis the IMF and the World Bank can come up with this kind of projection that doesn't reflect the current reality in different African countries.
Siliki, if I were over there right now, I'd give you a big hug, because the question you're asking, that's the one that be fooling a lot of people in government. When they see some of the IMF projections that the economy is going to grow 5-6%, they start jumping and dancing, and all of that people take to social media and start posting that nonsense. It is all based on estimate that has no basis of being real. When you hear the IMF saying the economy is going to grow 6-7%, you should just shake your head and walk away, because it's nonsense. Even a former World Bank economist made the statement that he has no idea where they get the numbers from to make these estimates. The people who should be collecting the data, right? The Liberia Institute for Statistical Geo, they have such a long name, LISGIS, right? Those people do not have the financing to go ahead and collect the economic data to make the sort of prediction that needs to be made. So don't buy. Look, I'm telling you, the World Bank, they make a lot of money from African countries, because the World Bank sells something on Wall Street called sovereign debt bonds. We call it like IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development Bonds. We tend to trade that stuff and sell it. The World Bank makes billions from African countries taking some of these nonsense loans. So they make these predictions to give the impression that these countries' economies are going to grow, to give them the opportunity to borrow money at some low interest rate, just so World Bank can turn around and sell it on Wall Street and make some profit. It's all, I don't want to call it a big major scam, but nobody from the World Bank or IMF can come and prove to you, Siliki, where they get the data from. Why? Because the data just does not exist. It is all estimate that has been proven. I wrote about this thing a few years ago on my page, and I see some other people who, like Sylvester, mentioned when I was talking about foreign aid going away. I see Fix Electronics talking about some of the things I've said before that have come true. I've said this before. The World Bank, when they make these predictions, within 2 to 3 years, something dramatic happens in Liberia that makes this prediction nonsense. When they predict for 5 years, it always turns out to be false. Why? Because within 2 to 3 years, something dramatic has happened. You saw the prediction and never President Boycott. Within 2 years, we have President Trump come in. We have a tariff war. We have USAID going out of business. We have the Ukraine war still taking place. We have a possibility of a global recession. Siliki, you're absolutely correct, my bro. I have no idea where to get the data from. They make these predictions and they cannot back it. 1% turns out to be false. And anybody who wants to argue, like I said, show me the data. Otherwise, everything else you're saying is just your opinion.
Yeah. Second question,
yeah, thank you again. Professor Larry, thank you so much. And I asked this question because, few months, to some part of last year, 2024, the former finance minister appeared on the show, and all the questions, I think you were on our show too. All the questions people ask Samuel, you will say, "Now me say, like what Ben say, the IMF say, all the kind of stuff." But in reality, on the ground, Liberians saw different things. All that projection, it was just on the paper, but on the ground, the people could not feel what World Bank and the IMF were projecting. So my last question will be about this, Professor Larry. The World Bank and the IMF, and I know this for sure that, those two institutions don't give free money to countries. But for the sake of the Liberian people, because government in, government out, the post what it here, World Bank is giving Liberia 400 billion, as if to say this is a free money. Can you please make a clarity tonight so that the Liberian people can know that the World Bank and the IMF, whatsoever money they give to countries, it come of a loan, it come of an interest rate, and basically it is a loan. So my question is that, can the World Bank and the IMF give free money to countries?
Siliki, I'm really kind of like you, my man. You keep asking the kind of questions, my man. I will have to put you on my top 10 favorite people's list. Let me tell you what Siliki is saying. In the final State of the Nation address by President Myean, he mentioned in there that the World Bank was giving them free money. Hey, go and take a look at his sonar. It's in there. What he didn't understand is they are lending you money. There's no such thing as free money. They are lending you money. And it's because of all of these loans that Liberia external debt is around $2 billion. You have to pay for it someday. You have to pay for it someday. And if you miss your debt payment, they're going to freeze you from gaining any more money from the World Bank. The IMF, World Bank, sometimes they do give a little bit of grant, but it's tied into something else with a little bit of loan attached to it. The money you're getting is not free. And even the money that the World Bank or the IMF gives out, sometimes you can get money through something called a special drawing rights, an SDR. Now, I don't want to take you down that rabbit hole of SDRs, but still, in order for you to redeem that SDR, it has to be like in the form of a USD. The US Treasury have to sell some Treasury securities to raise that USD to get you that SDR. But again, to Siliki's point, it's not free money. And you're right, Siliki. When Brother Twelve was here and I was talking about the IMF and World Bank, and he said to me, it sounds like you're not a fan of the IMF and the World Bank. And he was absolutely right. Because if you listen to Milton Friedman, the economist, when the World Bank came about through the Bretton Woods Agreement back in the late 60s, 70s, when US President Nixon decided to do away with something called this whole gold system, the World Bank should have gone out of business. But they redefined himself to an institution that starts lending money to poor countries. And they're not checking to see if the money is actually benefiting the people. That's the problem. They lend the money and they sort of close their eyes.
Okay.
Great.
I have a question, please. I have a question before I go off. Good man.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, Johnny, before you go off. Your LEC.
Okay, yeah. So Professor, I'm coming back again to Liberia. You know, I'm looking at the geoeconomics, right? Liberia has a very good coastal line. We have, I think, 3 or 4 seaports. How can our seaports be, an economic benefit to us? I'm looking at Guinea, from the port of Conakry to the forest region of Guinea. It's almost like 24 to 30 hours drive. The kind of Masanta, Zerekule, around the border with Liberia, with Lofa, Bon County, and Nimba. And I also know that to drive from Monrovia, from the port of Monrovia, to as far as Bonjema or Foya, close to the border of Guinea and Sierra Leone, is around at most 8 to 9 hours. How can our port be an economic an economic support in terms of trade? That our port, the people of Guinea in the forest region, the people of even in Cote d'Ivoire, the Danane area, it takes almost like 12 or 14 hours from Abidjan or Saint Petro to Danane. But it takes about 8 to 9 hours from Monrovia to Danane. So how can our port of Monrovia improve our economy where our veterans would prefer coming to Liberia, like in Kample or in Saninkule, or in, like for Liberia, in Ganta, in Nimba, or for Lofa in Zozo, or Bonjema or Foya, to buy goods to go and sell in Guinea, compared to they traveling almost 30 hours to go to the capital city. I got to bring this up so you can provide us some, insight based on your profession, Prof. Kennedy.
Let me give you the 60-second answer to that real quick, because you need a whole lot of money and you need the infrastructure to make that happen for people to use that. There's an argument out there that said the reason why a lot of countries are poor is because they don't have access to a port. But I would tell you that Botswana is a landlocked country. Botswana is landlocked because I think to the north of Botswana, you have Zambia, Zimbabwe, then you have Angola, I believe, somewhere towards the
Yes, and South Africa.
Exactly.
Yes, correct.
So it's landlocked, but they somehow managed to do what you're suggesting, Johnny, because they have cut deals with a neighboring country to be able to use the land to get to the port, and those neighboring countries see the win-win because they're able to raise money through places like Botswana using the port. But to do that, we have to build the road network. So where do we get the money to build the road network? Borrowing money, we know is going to increase the amount of debt. And Liberia is around a 50% chance of debt distress, meaning not being able to pay that debt. So how do we raise the money? How do we build the railroads? How do we improve the infrastructure to raise the money? Well, luckily for Liberia, they have the resources to make that happen. But you don't use the resources for concession. You use the resources as collateral. So what I would do, I would first do what Freelander did. I would hire me a few investment bankers on Wall Street and tell them, look, listen, I need to raise $1 billion. Other countries have done it through the sovereign debt fund. But those other countries, African countries, they also have credit rating. We don't have a credit rating, but we have the resources. So I would hire a few Wall Street folks. You have to pay a fee for them to advise you. And you let them know that you have the resources. You want to be able to use that money to build your road network and be able to collect tolls. Now, if you're in America, any of these guys that are in America know you cannot drive on an American freeway without paying some kind of a money for that. I know we collect some money through gas tax to do that stuff. But again, to your question, we got to raise the money. That requires people who understand international banking to sit behind the wheel and be able to raise the money, to build the infrastructure, and then to market those services to the neighboring countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, all those neighboring countries, to use that to get to the port, whether it's Buchanan or in Monrovia, and we raise even more capital. But let me say this thing real quick. The problem with Africa is one of the other reasons that countries are poor, they talk about having bad neighbors. Let me say quickly what that means. As soon as Liberia starts developing to the level where things are getting so good for Liberians, people in neighboring countries will start coming over to Liberia to enjoy that benefit. So you need to strengthen your border as well. But yeah, you got to raise some money. You got to raise a lot of money.
Great.
So
Yeah. Ahmed, go ahead.
yeah, so I just wanted to come down and try to get some practical answer. The last government and of course this government. In fact, let's take it back as far as Ellen's government. One song that each of this government has sung is that we want to create job creation. Now you highlighted a lot of challenges in terms of infrastructure, security, and all of those things. What is the practical approach that any government can do in the immediate to start to create jobs that will reflect the skill level of the country, medium skill, and all of those things? What can practically be, or those statements that politicians make about will create jobs, are they just rhetorical, or is there any reality that can happen? Let's say in 2, 3, 4 years, can we create at least 30, 40, 50,000 jobs reflect considering the different skills bracket of the country, non-skilled skills, stuff like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So there are 3 sectors you can immediately create jobs, but in order to make that happen, you have to kind of change the mindset of the government. The government is too focused right now on the political economy and not so much on the economic side that can benefit the people. The political economy, controlling the budget, winning the speakership, putting people in tenure positions, all those little fightings, those are things that are distracting them from the job creation. Where can we create the job? If you don't have a whole lot of money, you can still create jobs in 3 sectors. The first one is the same thing that Seychelles, the richest country in Africa. Where are they making all of their money? They're making it in tourism. We can easily start making money in tourism because the skill set of our young people is not all the way up there, but we can teach them in terms of customer service. Teach them customer service. You can improve tourism sector. And how do you improve tourism sector? You start targeting people who visit the country to encourage them to come back. When you ever take a flight, and I know, Doc, you guys travel a lot, there's a form you fill out on the plane before you land, right? I think it's like an I-9 form or something. Mm-hmm. Now, recently...
I-94, yeah.
Exactly. Recently, I was talking to someone who works where this form is actually sent. The person was telling me that other countries tend to buy the data from that form. Not countries, but companies, they will buy the data from that form so they can market to those people. So to answer your question, Hamed, tourism, great way you can do that. Construction. if we set up some technical vocational training where we're teaching the young people things like carpentry, you know, a little bit of plumbing and things, the construction sector, a lot of young people has the manpower to work in the construction sector. But how do we raise the money to boost the construction sector? From the diaspora. The diaspora can come in and start looking to build vacation homes, start looking to build investment properties in Liberia, do other things. They will put a lot of young people to work immediately in the construction sector. The other thing you can do is agriculture. Agriculture provides income for a lot of young people. So we have to give jobs to the young people, but we also have to train them. But then again, Ahmed, it boils all the way back down to the budget. Is the budget structure so it can benefit the people? Because we saw the Pro-Po agenda, and I know the Pro-Po man, Jerome Kehleboe, is here, so he will hear it from me. You're not going to see on my Facebook page, so I'm going to let him know up front. The Pro-Po agenda was meant to make the people poorer, because it certainly did not do a whole lot to help the people. But the Pro-Po is meant to send more of the budget to the poor people, but that just simply didn't happen. So we have to look at the budget, but agriculture, tourism, construction, those are immediate areas where you can invest in. But again, you have to look at the leadership in the country.
Well, welcome, Dr. Peabody. Welcome to the show. We got to play kudos to your daughter. We saw that she did a great job yesterday in that performance. I saw it. Awesome. Thank you, man. I just told the guys, girls that have strong fathers in their homes, they turn out to be strong women, strong mothers, strong professionals, and strong career folks. So thank you very much for putting that much time into your daughter. She's doing a great job, and hopefully the graduation will be very nice. I see it. I see a lot of folks coming. Thank you very much. And I turn the show over to you, sir.
No, you're going to leave that. You're going to take over. You're doing a wonderful job, Mr. Gilman, just moderating the show yesterday and today. You're doing a wonderful job. You standing over. I just been busy working all around the house here. But wonderful show. I follow the show, and my favorite economist and professor is on, Professor Larry Kennedy, somebody who I admired so much, for his work and for his advice, his expertise and all of that. It's just wonderful to be here. I've been following the show all over, driving from work, everywhere. I've been listening to you guys. I've been doing a wonderful job. I think it's a great show. A lot of people are listening with me. I was somewhere right a few minutes ago, and a lot of guys were out there listening to the show. Former senatorial candidate, Honorable Soko from Bomi County, he too. We were all sitting down there listening to the show a few minutes ago. But Professor, thank you so much. So I give it back to Mr. Gilman. Gilman, you're doing an excellent job.
Yeah, Professor, when I was with the Chamber of Commerce, with the small business, we had a relationship with the Small Business Administration, right? So we will set up incubators to train minorities how to run business, and I was over that department to teach them how to do business plan, how to do audit, how to understand grant, how to understand loan, all of these things. It develops through the incubators where the government makes sure that when you take a loan from the government or from the bank, you are able to pay. So they help you with developing your business plan. They teach you how to do the operation. They get you 1 year free of mentorship, where we set up your bookkeeping, your finances, everything. They walk you through it to make sure that your first 12 payments are made on time, regularly, and they teach you. Do we have anything of that nature in Liberia where the Chamber of Commerce or the Small Business Development will create incubators to train folks so you don't default on your loan? Do they have that? I'm not sure.
I would let the other panelists and even some of the listeners chime in on that, because I'm not aware of one that is doing it at the capacity that you just mentioned, that the SBA in the U.S. is doing it at that level. But it's a concept that I've been, I do a lot of volunteer work where I teach low-income families how to start businesses, how to get registered. Even if you wanted to start a 501c3 or nonprofit institution in the U.S., I do volunteer work showing people how to get that stuff set up as well, because I had a consulting firm that was doing it. But I'll let some of the panelists talk whether they've seen that kind of support in Liberia.
Yeah, the reason anybody from Liberia can answer this, because one of the things that the bankers were telling me when I'm in Liberia is that the default rate is so high. And then when I spoke to other folk who are business people in Liberia, they say, listen, you go to the bank gave you $15,000 loan, and they tell you have to pay back within 6 months. So there is no turnaround time, there's nothing. And if you put your house out for collateral, in 6 months, they're coming to take your home from you. So not only you are defaulting on the loan, but they are taking your home, and you're getting deeper in debt and getting even poorer. So there has to be, if any government official is listening, you need to listen to some of the ideas, and then we go from there. Well, Professor, we got 2 or 3 other more topics we're going to be on. We would love you to be on if you have the time.
No, I have to drop off for a meeting coming up.
Okay, your parting comment, parting statement.
No, I want to say, man, it's always a pleasure, being a guest on the closing argument. You guys tend to elevate the conversation from just, other stations where you can see people then getting verbal and insulting Myean and Pi and all that stuff. But this was meant to be educational, and I hope people learn a thing or two. And anybody want to reach out to me, please feel free to do so. And I will, in fact, get in touch with my brother Russell to take it from here. But yeah, thanks so much, Doc. Siliki, you're my new favorite panelist.
Please forward your numbers, your contact information to the station, so anybody who wants it, we can forward it to them.
Yeah, they really need it. If you need all, Professor Kennedy is really up there. And
all right, guys, I'm out.
Thank you, Professor. Good to see you.
Now, gentlemen, real quick, I know we got a little less than an hour here, but let's go to President Joseph Boakai has, with immediate effect, suspended the managing director of the National Insurance Company of Liberia and the chairman of that board of directors on account of alleged financial impropriety. Listen, this one is a big one. But before we go to that, yesterday we discussed the president of the University of Liberia with her 4 months investigation, and she fired everybody, including some of the vice presidents. She cleaned house for corruption. But the gentleman whose case started this particular investigation, Mr. Cooper, Doug Cooper, his name is, I think. The president today, there's a gentleman by the name of Lobo. Mr. Lobo, on behalf of the president, said, despite what the president has done at the University of Liberia, Joseph Boakai is not in a hurry or will not be pressure in firing Doug Cooper, and that put that case to rest. Siliki, you take a shot at this. The woman that President Boakai brought to clean house at the University of Liberia, she's doing her job. After she had done, she fired 12 people. Okay.
First of all, Mr. Gilman, which Lobo you talking about? Is that George Lobo?
George Lobo, yes.
Look, let's be serious here. George Lobo is a hustler. He's a big brother, but he's a hustler. George Lobo left the state. He went to Liberia. He can't get an appointment job. He's just up and down from ministry to ministry. I think they've given him airtime on LBS, and he goes there to misinform the Liberian people about things that this government is not doing, which is very, very unfortunate. And so if George Lobo come up and say President Boakai would not be pressured to suspend Doug Cooper, because of the investigation that the president of the University of Liberia initiated, he's just doing his work. And that's what I think, that's George Lobo's current work in this government, and it's very, very sad, And again, President Boakai, for me, I don't want to, pay key attention to George Lobo posts, even people around the president or the other, people in government. Let's hold President Boakai, let's demand for him to do what is right for Liberia, for the Liberian people, because the Liberian people went to the pool, they said, oh, this man had 43 years government experience, he was the most competent to do what other people could not do. And so President Barker should be the subject here, not George Lobo. George Lobo just, passing around to certify, the Unity Party executive and that of Joseph Barker, to keep his hustle he's doing, which is fine, because that's Liberia. But we demand the president to take action on Torgbean. And you talk about suspension from an institution. I don't know, is that, I don't know what information is it. What institution is it? The suspension you talk about today?
The Liberia Insurance Company.
Okay. So basically, what I was about to say is that there have been a lot of suspension the president have, issued to government officials that have been alleged to be in corruption activities. But at the end of the day, when they go to the LACC, we can't hear about them. Emma Glasgow from the fishery, and a lot of people that we've not, I don't know, Swakoko Den is a former representative, we've not been updated. How far is that investigation? So maybe when the United Party executive, they're not cool with you, you do something that they're not cool with, or people around the president, they just post something on you and the president suspend you, and you will be there forever and ever. The next thing you see that you are fired, and they let people that are United Partisans. This is sad. For me, I'm not saying the president is wrong to fire people, to suspend people for corruption allegation, but at least you see what happened at the University of Liberia. That's how it should be. When you say initiating an investigation, set up a specific time, come and update the people. If you don't see anything, come and tell the people, look, we did our investigation, we didn't see anything, so we are reinstating the people that were able to suspend. And if you see something, publish the fact and take action. That's what Liberians expect from the government, And so basically, I don't want us to focus on George Lobo saying President Barker will not be pressured to take. President Barker should be pressured, because that's the kind of president he said he was coming to become. That when you involve yourself into forgery, into corruption, that you will take action, no business as usual. They were coming to rescue, and all those political rhetoric should be implemented. It should not just be a talk that you just give to the Liberian people during campaign period. And when you come into office, you refuse to do those things. So basically, that's what I have to share.
Okay, Ahmed. Let me read this to you. It says here, an official, John Lubo, an official of the ruling Unity Party, says President Barker.
John Lubo is not an official.
Listen, I'm reading from the front page African article here.
He's not an official.
Nobody from the administration have debunked, have come out to say anything else. So if they don't say it, we cannot say it. Mr. Ahmed, it says here, an official of the Unity Party, Mr. Lobo, said President Barker will not be rushed into taking action on growing academic fraud scandal involving Commerce Inspector General Doug Cooper, despite mounting public and media pressure for the president to do so. Your take on this, Ahmed?
Yes, so we all commend the president of the university. We think that's a good start. We think that, of course, academic qualities is just as synonymous to academic integrity. So we think that's very good. I'm not too sure George is a spokesman of the government, so I wouldn't want to give it that approach. However, I agree with you now that the onus is on the government to either provide that clarity or this itself or so as to the statement George is making. However, I think the concern being raised generally when it comes to academic fraud is not one that should be seen as putting pressure on the president. It should naturally come as a concern to the very president that, there's one sector of our country, one area that we need to strengthen, and part of the way we strengthen it, regardless of whether we put money in it, is to ensure that it is based on integrity. So the president can help that process by taking action. So there is no strength, there is no pressure there. It's just about doing the right thing. However, I still want to come back at the university. It was good that it suspended the different people involved, but have they revoked the degree conferred? Because the degree was conferred on Doug Cooper. They granted him the degree in a ceremony, an official ceremony in the University of Liberia. Well, we hear investigation, we hear suspension of people, but we do not know what then happened to the actual degree. Did they revoke?
The president said everything that were associated with this, they were all fraud, invalid, and null and void. What else can she say? She said
no. I think I read a report. There was no specific statement made regard to that aspect. I think
you talk about, but this man, they say he was not even there.
Man, on the day of graduation, the man was present. A degree was conferred on the man in a particular area. He still holds that degree, even though they said investigation. So the question I'm asking now is that, have they revoked the conference of the degree on Dr. Cooper? I think maybe that's where there where is hitched. So I think the president of the university must go a little step further. We agree she reprimanded people in her office for being involved in frauds and all of that. And so if there were people involved in fraud that issued degree, those degree and people with whom they have it, I don't think it's just Dawko, but it must be listed, and the degree must be revoked from them. Other than that, the man could use his degree. Let's say he even leave the church, could use a degree and enter other universities in different places. So they need to take that step a little further and be clear. We want a clean house completely. You can't do it halfway. In the meantime, we think the steps taken must be commended because it has not happened for long. It's on the right path, but when we want to go, let's go completely.
Great. Dr. Peabody, yesterday we saw the former senator from Bomi County, Senator Sano Johnson, said anybody who causes or attempt to cause the president, he will cause the person mad. And then right after that, you see somebody, Joe Lubo, come out and say the president is not going to withdraw or it will not be in a hurry. This is the Doc Cooper man that we understand was appointed by the Vice President, President Cone. He comes from a very important constituent of Nima County. That is the crux of this matter. Doctor, here we are. The president is, I shouldn't say, he had all these surrogates now coming out. And Mr. Yes.
Jerry, did Sano Johnson talk about causing people mad?
Yes.
He said that?
Yes. In fact, today he was on all the talk show.
But you see,
Dr. Peabody, your take. Then I go to Mr. Russell.
It's a Gilman again. Thank you, man. Winfrey and Ahmed, Siki. Good to see all of you guys again. Look, the thing here is Sano is looking for his living. That's one of the reasons they didn't really like him to go back to that Senate position. He was so corrupt, and he just trying to secure. That's a driven statement, ensure that he get the income. So I mean, for that, I won't even put any seriousness. Sano is just a ruthless guy. That's how he talk. Even when President Taylor was in power, he got and just talk nonsense. So he's not somebody to even get any credence to. Secondly, George Lobo, like Siddiqui and Hamed said, George Lobo is not a special spokesman for the government. Like Siddiqui said, George Lobo he's been involved. That's my friend, but George Lobo has been involved in a lot of you say title. Let me give it a good word. Title toddlers around from one office to the other government official, from the other place to the other. So he's not an official spokesman. George Lobo honestly did do good when they were campaigning, but he's not an official spokesman for the government. That's another Bella-driven conversation there for him, because that's how he hustle, go from one office to another office to hustle to get the help. They don't respect him in that government, because since then I was on the football field one time, and when Lone Star were playing Satomi and Principe, I remember George Lobo was there trying to greet some of the government officials. They didn't even want to shake his hand. That's how embarrassing it was. I sat in the corner and just watched. So he's not somebody that is even giving any credence within the government. So he's just trying to create that to call attention for the people. But let me come up to the issue here. The the problem here is, I think the president of the university has done an excellent job, but I'm worried that her effort will be frustrated by the very people in government. They will not give her the support. You coming out with this idea that this is a fraud. Let's get them all. This is the time that the government should throw weight behind her and give her the support that she needs. But I don't see anything coming out of President Bouaka. You saw the whole Supreme Court, well, whole country, they sat there and everybody went against everybody in the government, they went against the Supreme Court ruling. Do you think anything will happen for the University of Liberia if this executive can undermine the Supreme Court on the ruling? You got a legal expert coming on and talking about trying to misinterpret the Supreme Court. You got the president of the Bar Association talking about the Supreme Court. I mean, if you have a country like that is violating the law, going against the Supreme Court, you think a common university where somebody cheated and is in the government, they will remove me? They will not do anything. Unfortunately, Doug Cooper, the Hamed said they should withdraw his degree. If that was a fraud, take it away from him. Let him stay with his corrupt group of government because they don't care. Okay? This man should have been fired and removed from there because of what he did. But unfortunately, we have a government that they undermine their own Supreme Court ruling. You got a very irresponsible justice minister, and who rather going to, but the woman is doing a good job. I'm afraid it will frustrate her and she'll resign and leave. I'm afraid of that.
Mr. Honorable Russell, here it says, Dear Mr. Honorable John, they call him Dear Honorable Johnson, I am pleased to inform you of your appointment as legislative liaison of the President of the Republic of Liberia to the Senate. We trust that you will demonstrate utmost integrity, dedication, and commitment to continue the loyalty to the country in the discharge of your duty. Kind regard, Joseph M. Boakai. This is the man we are talking about, integrity and all of that. And this man is going, today he was even worse. He went on radio station and we talk about pure threats. And I follow him in all these, once he got this letter. Honorable Russell, this is a gentleman who says, if you, Mr. Russell, says anything contrary, demeaning to that he did deem demeaning to the president, he will come after you with vigor. Don't you think somebody in the government or the president's office should come and say, listen, guys, tone this down. This is not part of your job description. Your job is to liaise between the president's office and the Senate. That person should be a person of integrity, suave, smooth, a diplomat. Your take on this? You are muted.
Yeah, I read that. I've been following that. I did hear that. It's really sad and unfortunate that sycophancy in the country seem to be something that a lot of people, current leaders and past leaders, tend to gravitate to. But I don't think President Bouaka should honor such folks with positions or giving them any sort of authority in his government, because clearly they are not doing it or doing what they're saying or acting the way they're acting because it's the right thing to do. They're only doing it to suck up and kiss up to get a job and to benefit from a job. And I don't think he should be rewarding bad behavior. Someone who clearly doesn't speak respectfully and honorably of his administration. I would definitely not hire someone or not encourage someone like that. I did hear some past officials and other folks on some of the radio stations talking about this, and I think for someone at his level, the guy who made the statement, he definitely he definitely needs to calm down, and take a chill pill. And if he doesn't, I mean, people really need to reach out to him, because we don't need this sort of behavior. So I'm really, really disappointed in hearing that. And of course, I hope that that was not the case, that he was appointed to such high position and is serving as a liaison between the Senate and the president office. I don't think he didn't come across to me as someone respectable or someone who should be representing the president or his interests, at the Liberian Senate.
Great. Welcome, Sarah. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let me before I go to Ahmed here, since you got on the show here, let me start with you on this one. Someone is saying, if the president is going to hire Mr. Johnson to curse, why not just close your eye and hire Prophet Key so he can just come and do it, because his specialty is cussing. So why look for somebody when you got the most qualified man on the planet cussing people? Why you don't hire him? Sarah Dopo, we got here. House in, fire in Liberia now has become, national security issue. Okay, the house in I call it Zubatown, Painesville. A whole home got families got gutted. People almost lost their lives, and everybody's homeless. There is no money. There's no what is going on in the country. We don't see any remedy or any assistance when these people get homeless. How do they get help? Where do they turn? Is it in the budget? Where do these people go? There's fire everywhere in Liberia. What is the remedy? What will you do? I gave you a new title. You the Queen Solomon. You tell us what you would do to remedy this issue.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for my voice. I've been under the weather for the past couple of days now. I even had to call out from work, but I had to be on this show today. I have, to take part in the conversation, but I had to stay home just to kind of relax my voice a little bit. But, it's interesting the way how our country goes from one government to the other. A lot of the basic things that our people need is not prioritized. I don't know what's going on with these people. I don't know. From one government to the other. It wasn't better during the Weir government. It certainly is not better in this government. I'm sure it wasn't better in the Ellen government. So where are we going now? Who do we have to look up to? So if I was that King Solomon, I would fire everybody over there and consult experts to come and do the job. Okay? Our people need these basic services. Look at our budget. Somebody was saying the other day, if you want to know the priority of any government, look at the budget. Look at our budget. Look at the allocations that are being made to these, places like fire, service and other places. That's why you know the priority of the government. Basic services for our people is not prioritized. The only thing that is prioritized is the luxurious salaries, the 100K that's supposed to be on Joseph Boakai car when he travel out of the country to go other places for his whatever. Okay? And our people are just at the bottom there, just sucking from the crumbs. It's just so sad. That's the reality that our people have to be faced with, but that's the truth. We need somebody with a level head to know that our people need these basic services and the money should be put towards those services. All the other things that they're doing that just so flat. All the luxury. $1.2 million car. The other man went and built some kind of skinny three-story building. He said that water tank. Okay, that is good. But does it cost 384K? We don't know. He comes out and said these things. We don't have no website to go and verify or to authenticate what he's saying. He expects us to believe it. Our people are being played here. That's all I can say. It's just so sad. They are nothing but victims. Okay? And it's just so sad. But unfortunately, these are the people they put in power. So what can we do? We can only sit here and discuss it.
Good. Honorable Russell, you've been in government, so I put this crown on your head. You're the new King Solomon now. This is what's happening here. The importance of public policy, right? Liberia used to have a 110 system. And for some reason, we switched to 220. That is a major shift. Home, those zing around all over the place, those makeshift homes that we built, to go from a minimum power of 110 to 220. We're talking about 100% increase in voltage coming into a zing round house. Every time the light go, when it comes back here, we got power protectors, right? Like in Florida, because we get lightning all the time, so we have surge protector that protects the power from coming into the home. You don't have that in Liberia. I don't know who made that decision, why they made that, but that particular public policy is costing us a lot of harm. There's fire everywhere.
I mean, thank you, Mr. Gaiman. It's interesting that you bring that up, because this is something I've written about, I've talked about, and I tell folks, you know, and you're so right, because I've talked about this, and there are so many other things, including our system of measurement, for example. Okay, but I think, you know, a lot of these you know, politicians, they got desperate, and they traveled to all these African countries, and they saw things there that they thought that they could adapt, and they did. They were looking for handouts, so they were always looking for stuff. So whatever the folks gave them is what they took. Whatever the UN said, or the World Bank said to do. They don't look at their own culture, their own situation, their own circumstance, and decide, say, look, you know what? I mean, great, but this is going to work for us. This is not going to work, you know, for us. So I said this, right? If you and there's, you know, there are poor people, you know, all around the place. Yeah, we're not a wealthy nation. We're poor, and we're asked for handouts all over the place. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have, you know, a structure in place, have a system in place. So you can go, and you can still go and ask the Chinese for stuff, or the Indians, or whoever for stuff. And you tell them, say, yes, you know, I need this stuff and I want it, but I don't want this, I want that. I know folks will say that beggars can be choosers, you know, that's saying, you know, but you can still lay out, you know, a preference for what is going to work for you, or what fits within your, you know, your national system, even if you're begging, you know. So we see, you know, so it's just that whole disorganization, the whole stuff. Now we see the situation that we see in Robertsville, you know, at the airport, at the national airport. Okay, we used to get power from Firestone, right? Back in the day, I'm told. Firestone, to this day, Mr. Gayman, Firestone still operates on 110. Okay, so now, so even if we were to, you know, that arrangement, I heard, you know, something around the wall, or I don't know what was responsible for why, you know, Firestone, you know, canceled that arrangement. You know, I was told that, you know, the current, you know, dam capacity is not enough to support Firestone, let alone exporting it to RIA. But it's just one example. I mean, even if that was the case, it's very difficult for Firestone to even supply the Roberts International Airfield, because the electrical, the system there, the voltage that you said, is much higher than what Firestone is offering. So they will need a step up, so, you know, transmitter or something. But I mean, you see that, brother, brother Gaiman, is just the absence of, you know, a system in the country. You go, if you drive on the highway, you see the, you know, our speed limit is in kilometers. You see the stuff in miles. You see the, you know, we use this interchangeably. We're using the imperial system. We're using the metric system. So all of that sort of confusion that happens when you don't. So with the electricity, that the premise of your question, you know, talking about that, And that cuts across all over the place, brother. It cuts across all over the place. And you see policymakers saying that. And I say, okay, so even if they're Americans, as you know, that come from all over the world, that started all over the world with all these different systems. But guess what? When they come to America, this is our system. Everybody falls in line. This is it. You don't come from, from Canada because you studied in Canada and you came and you're American and you get a ministerial position and you change the system of measurement because you went to Ivory Coast and they were using kg, and so you come back to Liberia and you change, so all of that stuff. So it's the absence of having a defined sort of system that people will respect. It's found you can go study in China, in India, in Australia, all over the place. People do that all over. But when you come back, you come to an organized system. This is our system here. This is what we do. In the world, there were only, I think, 2 or 3 countries, and officially, Liberia, for example, officially Liberia uses the imperial system of measurement, the same thing we have here in America. But if you go there, it's all mixed up. You get gallons of gas, then you have you talk about kilometers here, then you talk about kg there, it's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. And these guys who are policymakers, they have the ones who have been causing the problem, just confusing the people. So you couldn't have said it better, Brother Gayman. So, it may seem so simplistic, but this is some serious issue, and you reference that, and this is something that you see happening now. Americans are coming, want to train. I believe doing a lot of stuff for the police. We're talking, okay, we need to put up a speed limit, but is it kilometers or is it miles? We talk, so all of this mixed up and stuff you see happening. So I'm glad you brought that up, and thanks for that question, because a lot of people don't talk about it, at least publicly, like you.
We have to, because the speaker, his house went into flame. We saw it. Sir Joseph almost got killed in his own house because there are bars everywhere. The whole caught on fire. He couldn't get out.
Yeah.
The neighbors had to come and break him out of his own mansion. And all the homes are getting out, burning. They're burning, and nobody knows why. Well, we know why. And not only are you mismatching the voltages, but you're using a downgraded, less qualified wire from China.
All of that. And one of the things, I did my last point, right? Almost, I don't know the exact number, but I would guesstimate that about 75% of diasporic Liberians in the diaspora live in America. Okay, give and take, about 75% live in America. So I was just talking to my old mom the other day. We're just talking about sending a sewing machine, the sewing machine. So I told her, I said, well, be careful now. So we get a lot of things from America, right? We get a lot of things, So I said, that sewing machine that they send it there, be careful how you use it, because if you plug it in without the right, it would blow up. You know what I'm saying? So these little things that we don't take these things into consideration is the absence of a universal national system. We had it, but we came in and brought in all kinds of stuff, and everything goes. If Gamer comes in today, he brings his own system. No one challenges it. If Sarah comes in tomorrow, she brings in something else. There is no consistency. There is no respect and consistency.
Mr. Gilbert, just before, let me just buttress something he just said. We see the same thing with the police. When did Liberia ever start having Inspector General of Police? All along, we have police directors.
They got it from the UN, brother. They got it from the UN.
Who brought that other one in and just took over the whole country? Inspector General of Police. That's not something we have been used to. We have always had, our whole system have been from the American. We jump up, say Inspector General, all the things. That's why I wanted to chime in.
Yes.
Mr. Gayman?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Usually I try to greet my fellow panelists. I was just, overwhelmed by your question and just went straight to the question.
Go ahead.
Sorry and hi to everyone and our followers. We are here to defend the issue, to discuss the issue and erect the checkpoints.
So who the fire again today from the government?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, my opposition sister.
Johnny, I told you you got like ask your question quick and go sit down. You say I honor solar light. Now you're liking good.
Mr. Gilman, can we run away from me, Maria?
Mr. Siddiqui, what you say?
I wanted to close because it's kind of late for my area.
Yeah, go ahead. You Israel, right? Go ahead.
In
Gaza. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to close on the fire incident that you.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, let's look at the fire service. Who are the leaders of the fire service? You wake up one morning, you appointed Dylan Kehleboe as deputy director of fire service, just because they campaign for you. And we are so. Every time this happens, we take on to the social media. Recently, let me tell you what it did. The fire service headquarters is around Stephen Tobo. I don't know that guy saver all the time. I've seen that guy in Liberia. I came around in be holding for Dylan all along until I saw your appointment letter on the executive management page that he was a deputy director to the fire service. So I don't know anything about that guy education. But here is the thing: the fire service headquarters is around Stephen Tobo. That's where they have an office. So a few months ago, they brought some chalk and pick up. Instead of going straight to do the work that they brought this thing for, they went on Broad Street, they started parading. They kind of mediocre mindset we promoted in Liberia. People's houses are getting burned. And you brought up equipment to come and fight fire issues. And instead of doing that, you go all on Broad Street, you parading with a few pickups. I said that is going to be the solution. But up till now, we still have people's houses getting burned. And when you talk, people make an excuse and say, oh, the people around the president, they misleading the president. No. And this is exactly what people who oppose President Baka said, that look, because of his age, we can't give this country to him. And all of you say, the presidency is not something that you can go and take, block. You got to use your head, your experience. And where is the experience today? And the Liberian people, the people who voted for this government, it's about time and the fire incident you spoke about is a very, very, concerning issue. Every houses now you turn life right, people's houses are getting burned. And before the fire service comes, it's not easy thing. The entire Monserrato said, just Monserrato alone, you don't have equipment that can respond to people whenever they have an issue. Then what more about places that Margibi, Grand Bassa, Grand Kema, Papuni, and Nimba country, and all of this.
Don't mention Bassa. Don't mention Bassa.
So it's a
Don't mention Bassa. I'm upset. Don't mention Bassa.
Mr. Gibbons is a sad thing, but again, you look at the leadership of the fire service, the people who are responsible.
Oh my God.
They are not even up to stand up. But it was a great show. Good night from my end. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen.
Siddiqui, where are you going?
Siddiqui will love you. Siddiqui don't hang out now. Late. The beginning, I hang out.
No, it's late for my end. It's after 2 a.m. here.
I can hang out.
Okay, you need to sleep.
Thank you. Johnny.
Yeah.
You in Liberia. Let's talk about some safety nets around the world, right? And I know I don't want sometimes what the deputies from the embassy told me, Mr. Gaiman, you keep trying to your comparison and you try to transfer technology. Don't do that. They keep telling me that transferring technology, but this is what we are talking about. I know they're listening to me. They will call me again, tell me you keep trying to transfer safety net, right? Honorable Russell, Dopo here, Ahmed, Dr. Peabody, those are who live outside maybe in other African countries, they have something called safety net. Like that house got burned, right? Everybody in there is homeless. Do we have, I'm not talking about on paper, but I'm talking about a functioning safety net where these people can go like the Red Cross, somewhere to say, come and live here for 48 hours, a week or two until you get back on your feet. Do we have that safety net in Liberia? Functioning. Don't tell me about it. It's on the paper. I want to talk about functioning one.
Yes, so Mr. Gilman, I mean, from our perspective as a community development personnel or practitioner, we do not have a national safety net for any emergency in Liberia. Even though we have the disaster, some group responsible for the disaster, but they are also challenged with resources as to how they can respond to any emergency, disaster-related emergency. So to answer that question quite blankly, as a country, as a people, as a nation, as a state, we do not have a safety net. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Ahmed, you were in you were a CDC man, you were part of the previous government, and you are on to a lot of great stuff. Tell me what happened to that segment of the CDC?
Well,
let me just
remember that you the grassroots, that you the poor person. You so take care of the poor, and they're the one that don't have the resources when something that happens. So what?
No,
did you grab the ball there?
Yeah, no, Mr. Gateman, your information is not correct. I am not a CDC man.
No. I'm talking
to Ahmed. Now you.
Amen.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So,
why are you so defensive? You might be a CDC man. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Gamer, I think the challenges in our country transcend party. It's just much more than a party, because like the last time I asked, I said, will it be within our lifetime that we'll see some sense of sanity, some sense of transformation? I'm talking about real transformation in our country. And part of the question was that, look, if you think perhaps there is a semblance of some, left within the Congo Town belt to Broad Street, just take a drive beyond Pinzi and see the lives of our people there, or perhaps go West Point. So I think it's much more beyond just a party, of course. And that's the sad part we have in our country. The approach for every government should be, every time a government takes over, your goal is to improve it or make it better than the way you met it. But unfortunately for Liberia, it seems as though we're going on a reverse all the time. One government comes, it does worse than the other government that were there. By the time you raise an issue of concern, then they say the question is that, but any other people did it do? So that mentality makes it difficult to wonder whether it can go. I think generally it becomes a mentality. Now, the frustrating part about this then comes down to the people. They go through these things. When the time comes for election making, let's forget about even president. Let's come to lawmakers. Let's come to people who represent them, people who appropriate resources that should benefit them. They tend to just, of course, we elect just everybody, anybody. So by the time those who are elected, the only thing to go about getting the first 45,000 for the 3-year car, hoping to get another 45,000 for the other car, talking about the salary, the benefit, all that kind of stuff. So ultimately, we must, as a people, be conscious as to who we send. We must look at people who have achieved, who have done something, who have, then we send them there. And having said, I just want to piggyback to Sandra Johnson comment, which again highlights how is it that we as government people, we don't seem to be making progress. How in the world a man who once served at the level of the Senate, in accepting an appointment letter, in defining his role, a statement, or it should be a statement, in defining what his role is, comes on national radio and say, I'm here today, when you call the president, I will call you back. Can you imagine that? What example do we tell to the boys and girls who aspire to become leaders in the country? That is something that can be as a result of insulting. It was bad then, it's bad now, it's wrong. But at what point we will take responsibility, particularly when we have the opportunity to accept and live on the public covers. So it's just an unfortunate situation. So
great, Ms. Sarah, let be honest, let Torso and Torso. Is fire service even possible in Liberia where you do not have a property identification system? For instance, I live in Tingo Village, right? I don't have a house number, I don't have a street number, I don't have anything. My house catch on fire, I pick up the phone, I call the fire people, I say my house burned, they say where you are. What do I tell them? How do they get to where I am? So realistically, is it possible to actually even have a fire service in Liberia?
You start giving them the direction. You know how the Ghanaians can give direction. When you come, you go so, you take so, you come so. Mr. Gilman, I know. Let me tell you, it's sad. It's the same thing I said that, you know, we've got to come to a point wherein, you know, we have to identify our priorities. This is serious. Look at what's going on here. These guys are going through, and you know, Liberia, I'm pretty sure it's hot. And then you have to go through all the heat, with all that heat coming from the fire, and then from the, it's so slow. This is so heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. You know, I didn't even know about the fire. I'm just seeing it. This is so heartbreaking. But again, it comes down to our priorities. These are life-threatening situations that we need to make available. Urgent. We need to make it a number one priority. Stuff like this, the hospitals, you know, our educational sectors. These are places that are supposed to, you know, grab the attention of our leaders and should be a number one priority. But sadly, it's not. It's not. And our people are just left vulnerable. I mean, my brother, to tell you the truth, we can only come here and talk, but I don't know. Our Liberian people are the ultimate voters. They are the ones who vote these leaders in. If they can just open their minds and come to understand that their vote is their right, and whoever they're going to be putting over, they're supposed to be somebody that they know, and that person will be able to do something better for them. That would be important. But this is just so sad. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Russell, before we go to calls here,
wow, this is serious.
Should we be honest with ourselves and say, let's build a new city? Because the way it is now, this thing, we can patch it all we want, is never going to work. Should we just do the bold thing and say, you know, we need to build a new city, relocate, and maybe this is some place, but we need to build a new city? And this thing is not going to work.
No, I'm not going to advocate for.
Look at what the people do. Amen.
I'm not going to advocate for building a new city, relocating Monrovia, and all of that. And I know a number of countries have done that successfully. Burma, Myanmar recently did that. Nigeria, we know in our region, Nigeria has done that or did that. I think it opened in Abuja opened in 1992.
Amen.
But one of the things is that the reason I'm going to argue against that is that, I mean, it's very resource intensive, as you can imagine, to build and relocate a new city. I mean, it's extremely expensive. It's very expensive.
Amen.
So right now, I think the important thing is for us to improve the economy, create jobs, and get people working, as opposed to, you know, of course, if you were to relocate the city, build a new city, I mean, you know, allow the construction so that it can go on, you'll be providing jobs. But I'm not sure it will be enough jobs, you know, to go around if you don't have the specialized skills to work, you know, at some of the companies that will be doing the construction and the technical workers in building a new city. What I think, Mr. Gayman, from my own experience, my advice would be that I think we can, you know, it's just because we are trying to put square pegs in round hole. It doesn't work, right? I mean, a lot of what we see happen in Liberia is an easy fix with the political will. It has to be backed by political will. We can retrofit Monrovia, and I developed, you know, a framework, a whole plan just before the government started, and I give it to some of them to say, how can we envisage, Liberia, retrofit Liberia, and apply the law, invoke eminent domain, and open up these alleyways, lay out the zoning division at the Ministry of Public Works. My understanding is, and I've had conversation with many key stakeholders, even Mr. Kofi Woods, when just after he left the Ministry of Public Works, with many of them, about the importance. I've written about it. I've published articles in the Daily Observer, in Front Page Africa, about the importance of having a well-planned and well-zoned city. I'm from Ganta. If you see Ganta now, a lot of people talk about how, Ganta is thriving, it's developing, it's all of that. But again, Ganta is an unplanned and unzoned city. This is where we're going to have these kinds of problems. We missed the opportunity at Marshall to zone out Marshall, properly zone out Marshall. This is not an American thing. If you go next door in Ivory Coast, it is mapped and zoned out. If you go in Ghana, it's mapped and zoned out. We go there all the time. So this is not rocket science, Mr. Gaiman, but there's no political will. And you don't have, we have the expertise, but you don't have people, everybody's just running after and looking after self. Why wouldn't the Ministry of Public Works reactivate a zoning unit to enforce zoning in the country across the board?
Yeah.
The fire people went to Liberia, and many of them came on their show. It's one of the shows that came on to talk about the recommendation that they made not only to this government, but they've made, during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, about the importance of zoning, of implementing full-scale zoning in a city. They've never implemented any of those policies, any of those recommendations that those people made. Is the absence of political will. So I think that's what we need to do, enforce the existing policies and laws that we have, activate these units in these different ministries to do the work, and apply the law. If you're not supposed to build here, and this is not a place to build, and they're building in places they were not supposed to build. I mean, the city is expanding, but it's expanding in an unplanned way. People are now, they've messed up Marshall already. Okay. I mean, now we get Charlesville. I've been thinking so and calling out, okay, now people are moving to Charlesville to build. We need to go in there and zone out Charlesville. People are going to Mount Barkley. They've messed up all of these places. I mean, like, seriously, go around West Africa. The places that zoned out, division.
Right.
It makes it easy for fire, for fire services, for emergency vehicles to go in those places and attend to emergencies like these. In Brooklyn Park, it doesn't matter what part of the city you are. It takes less than 6 minutes. I think you all saw on national news there was a plane crash recently in Brooklyn Park. Mm-hmm. They stopped that fire in the area with in a suburban area with houses all over the place. They contained that fire right to where the plane hit. The fire service responded in less than 5 minutes. They were there. That's what we're talking about. So that's you hitting me with all of these questions that I'm passionate about. That we
gotta talk about it.
Yeah, Mr. Gaiman. In fact, I mean, I want to come in to just support what my brother is saying, because I'm one of those who have a very strong passion for urban and city planning, and I always have an issue. I said, well, Monrovia is already messed up. But we see the practice of Monrovia construction extending towards Mount Barkley, towards Marshall, towards Summer Brain, Obomi Highway, and the same on structure planning process, on structure construction.
Mhm.
I mean, it hurts me so much that I said, okay, let's agree that we made a mistake in Morovia. But why can we organize ourselves and have a plan for where to construct homes, schools, marketplaces, and whatsoever?
Mhm.
You understand? And I mean, if you get travel out of Pinsville, 10 years ago, Pinsville was kind of bushy. Mount Barclay, as far as like Pipeline, all the places going towards White Plains, all the places were all bushes. Under 10 years, people have built everywhere on wetland, on dry land. I mean,
Yeah,
our
yeah.
land use planning. The
Mhm.
thing is,
No,
I
no
have a
land
passion
use
because
planning.
I very, I mean, I don't want to say we got no plan, but I think I can just tell people that we have a very poor land use activity in this country.
Yeah.
And
No, you use
as a
policy
country,
implementation. Yeah.
based on our population, we should have no issue with land use activities here. Liberia is under 10 million human beings, right? Even our city, Morovia, is under 2 million people, 2 million persons. How is it difficult to accommodate 2 million persons in Morovia? If we really have a very good, if we have a good urban planning, city planning, and a very strong municipal planning process, what is the city corporation of Morovia doing? What is PVC doing? What are they doing as city corporation heads? What are they doing? So as my brother was speaking, I was just falling in line because this is where I come from also.
Mm.
At the University of Liberia, we have a regional planning course there. It's a graduate program. There, you learn city planning, you learn urban planning, you learn health system planning. It's all about planning. Just 2 weeks ago, I was following the Regional Planning Association of America because I'm a partner. I mean, I'm here, I'm joining them. So I was on a webinar with them. They were discussing waste management, waste transportation.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And waste is
These are things we
proportional
take
to
for
population.
granted, and these are very
And we take
important things. Yeah.
very important for us because the more human being you have, the more waste you create. Waste and population go directly in line. More human being, more waste. And if we do a population census and we have a projection that we have a 2.7% population growth, that should help us in planning towards land use activities, waste management, education, health, everything.
Everything. Yep.
So the thing is, I'm wondering, what is wrong? Don't we have the experts here? And I believe we have the experts here. Again, like my brother said, politics is destroying this country because if he didn't run campaign for me, he can have all the skills to deliver the Liberia from the poverty condition. I will not appoint you.
Great.
And for me, I can tell by the fact where I am, the international NGOs are making use of my expertise. And I don't feel good about that. I want to also contribute towards my country
Mhm.
because that's where I belong.
You're not given the opportunity. Yep.
I want to support my country. I want to make sure I don't feel good hearing about Rwanda, hearing about Ghana, about the places doing better when I should be the example for everybody.
You're not smarter than us, brother.
I have a
They're
question.
not.
I should set the example because I am the oldest independent African country. I should have more systems historically in this country that will come and learn from me.
I
You
have a
understand?
question.
But instead, I am learning from my children. Learning from Ghana, learning from Guinea, learning from Togo, learning from Cote d'Ivoire, learning from those who were struggling when we were already independent and running our own government in this country. What is wrong with us?
If the president is listening, that's why they got upset with me when I said I know I didn't support the president. But when you appoint Mark Jabate as your director for urban and city planning,
Oh man.
and I'm saying to myself, hey, Joseph Boakai. Anyway, let's take some call.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
And that question is for Johnny.
Yes.
With all of your expertise, that you have in this area, and you're there, maybe because you didn't vote for somebody and they didn't. Is it possible to set up like a little private NGO wherein you can work with the government in that direction? You think that's possible?
In fact, my sister, you are just falling. Just this evening, I decided that next week I'm going to find the city mayor for Pinsville because I live in Pinsville.
Right.
I want to see him and see how I can be a help to share my experience, my expertise with him, and see how we can help to make Pinsville an example of what we want to see Liberia. Just this evening, I was with some colleagues who were discussing the same thing we're discussing here, and I'm telling them how the experience I have, what I've learned over the period. And I promised myself next week, before Friday, I will find time and find my brother Bestman, sit with him and see how can I be a help to his leadership in Pinsville City.
The reason why I asked that question to Wilfred's point, or there's a lack of political will. So I think we as Liberians now should start looking at areas wherein we can help our country. If it is something like maybe private NGOs that we can come up with, that we can, whichever government is in power, that we can liaise with, or we can do it on our own, funded by ourselves. We just have to do what we can to help our country, because there is no political will to do these things. And it's suffering our people.
Mike Jabate, if you're listening, get in touch with Johnny. Johnny will get you, pay him, he will do all the work, and you take the credit. You are in charge of center planning, center development, and I look at it, I think, are you kidding me? Somebody with the title of center planning. Do you know what that is? I go to charrette, something they call charrette.
Has he planned any city yet?
Huh?
Has he planned any city yet?
Don't put me in a situation I can't handle. Hey, young man, let's take some calls. We got 15 more minutes here. Let's take some calls. Let's hear what the people on the ground saying, and then we'll call
Siddiqui is quiet. Maybe he wanted to say something.
Okay.
I said Siddiqui quiet. Maybe he wanted to say something.
So if you've been following, you can place a call 0777 9986 0777 9986 plus 231 777 9986. You can put your course in to be a part of the closing argument here on Truth 96.1. So let's take this first caller. Hello, caller. Your name, where do you call from?
I'm still looking, calling you from around the Woman Town Hill.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, my point here is thank you very much for what you have just spoken of concerning the city planning, the urban and the rural planning. You see, one thing I always say here is he who feels that he learned and cannot particularly learn what he has learned, he has not learned anything. What am I driving at? I believe that Land and Man is responsible for the cartographic department. I seem to be correct, however. So if we talk about surveying, because when you are planning city, you need to get a software that will do all of these layout and things. But people don't do any of these things. Just sit down over there, enjoy themselves, and look at how the whole areas are looking. Coming down to the round field belt. People are not buying land, but are those places being layout? Plan out, so we don't know. So thank you for what you're saying. I want you to look at that direction to what I'm talking about. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Jeff Francis Kidder tonight, calling from Peabody City, this specific YMCA community. Well, I want to give thanks to the comrade there in studio, but then one of my comment also I want to make in terms of city planning. You know, Peabody City is one of the biggest cities. Let's just use it for an instance. So you got a lot of barristers. You got opportunity to develop, even besides government allocating budget for your corporation, municipal corporation. You can use the influence in.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, wow, that's not good for us. So 0777 plus 231 777 to be a part. So if you want to call us on WhatsApp, plus 231 777 and if you want to call us on our local number 777 So let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. We are not getting you. 0777 Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Going from
Okay, please be audible.
Yeah, some brother coming who coming funny in there. You know, I talking about yes, but all of the time I listen to the person. In the question I say thank you for what you have done tonight. But then once I talk about the city, yeah, the city people are there, they expect the city to be last. But then there's some things that are coming on, and the government is looking back to help all of us who don't want to find ourselves in the government. We are ourselves in the government, but for education in a way that the government don't let government to be careful. But someone else when you ready to build, they come according to the rule and start building. And when you decide to do better things, that more government will not try to say, oh, don't do all these things. Doing the way that will be good. But when you're ready to build, you know it's a ticket. Or tomorrow the bill will be that ticket. So if you decide to build, you're building a way that I think you're building to be, just government will not be harder tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for making your point. 0777 649986 0777 649986. So let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Pastor I from the problem.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, actually, they want to appreciate you people.
Oh wow, we lost that caller. 0777 649986. Let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, this is Patrick from that calls from the Baptist Arabia.
Okay, make your point.
If one of the person who for in the prejudice that we into the true region of God was
you are coming in broken. We are not getting you.
okay, maybe that in level condition if one of the true or what
this is not spoon. This is the closing argument.
Okay. Sorry, but the true spoon TVCO from the US, you don't want made a kind of decision or the feeling of to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for making your point. 0777 649986. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? Please stay away from a monitor.
Yeah, sorry for the interference. Basically speaking, thank you for the conversation or the topic being discussed. When it comes to appointment, I got a little issue. Although the ruling party will all favor the ruling party, but when it comes to appointment, I feel somebody will not know the differences from discipline study at the university or whatever level. They take planning directly on engineering, whether geological, civil, or whatever. So I don't know how to go about appointing people to position like the discipline. It really embarrasses us. It's like taking somebody who read medicine and carried into the position of an accountant. How can that person function? So with the appointment, we always get problem with it. So nobody from the ruling party that do civil engineering or geology or money, that way is strictly on your engineering. Therefore, take one example at public works. Majority of the appointees, they have no engineering background. When you talk, they say that position belongs to an administrator. Engineers are good administrators. They have knowledge of what you're going to do. Then you know how to decide. You know what you bring to the table. But for the government, when it comes to appointment, really, they score zero completely. It is my government, I love it. I wish to work with them, but when it comes to appointment, they don't appoint people based on the discipline. That's the job we find ourselves in. On job. No base, no foundation. You know what city planning? You can know the population, the landscape, and what have you. You don't know how to do it. You tell someone that maybe business or what have you, carry me to be to have city planning. You know what it means? You know what you're telling us?
Okay, thank you. So you can put your course in 0777 649986. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
My name is Thomas London, calling from Kakata.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you for the discussion tonight. Let me just tell you people one thing. The thing is called cruel mind. Whenever you have cruel mind and you are somebody that gets your plenty and lie, and then when you are being placed in such a position, God will always release that, release that lie on you in your position, and the end of the day, you always be confused what to do because the mind will not be set. Because what you do not know about, you tell somebody say you know about money and any other thing. The end of the day, you will not be able to get any idea where to from, where to end. These are some of the things that are bringing this government into, a lot of things. Internationally, people are looking at this government to be loyal, and then they are doing other things that they're not supposed to do. They are continuing to suffer like drinks, win like drinks, because they lied that they want to rescue this country. And from the beginning, they were saying a lot of things like protesting, government doing their own. The end of the day, now people who for the push, who never went to school, who never sat in class, they are looking at differences. So I stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Go on for that person to know, the native people to know.
Okay, thank you. So let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Sansi Monoba calling from Lower Bone County, Farmer District.
Okay, make a point. As Farmer District.
Very quiet. Well, I applaud you guys for the topics under discussion. But for me, I had a problem with Liberian. We the Liberian got problem with. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my problem I do have with Liberian is it are much that you know deep down, critically, to your own ingenuity and supervision, that indeed people were appointed to a strategic, position or institution to enhance the process of infrastructure and reconstruction development. And we, of course, that you do know that indeed they are not capable, or they do not have the expertise, or neither the charisma for which they appoint them. What are you doing that have the ability and potential? What are you doing to where you are? Denigrating people that you cannot come and present your credentials. That indeed, that have the ability and potential. But you said you're not talking rubbish. Do you think that you are ability for that bureau? Nonsense, you're talking. Until you can come and prove yourself. But you guys just say that talk rubbish every day. But you're not talking nonsense every day.
Okay, thank you. Selected. Okay, so we don't have any calls. We can cross over back to the panelists, and then we can close off from there.
Thank you very much, young man. I know it's getting late in Liberia. You got to go home. Thank you very much for your service to the station and to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all saying the same thing. Someone like Mr. Russell comes down, brings all. We are not talking about degree. That's not credential. That's not what we're talking about. We are not talking about from the classroom to the job. From the classroom to the job, there is a huge gap. We call it corresponding experience. That means if you got a job, if you got a degree in city planning today, you graduate Friday, you cannot go to work Monday and be a director of city planning. That's not how it works. You will, at some agency in the United States, they will say a BSc degree required, but 10-year experience will suffice.
Yep.
So they will look at your experience in city planning. You work in city. The Honorable talk about city code here. We know Liberia has no code, but they have a special department called code enforcement. Their job, they are not into anything. Their job is, listen, you are not supposed to tie a dog in a yard, in your tree. You are doing that, you are violating the code. They come and take the dog. They will take the dog to the Humane Society. They will fine you.
Mhm.
Your grass is not supposed to grow over certain inches. If it happens, the code enforcement is going to come. They're going to fine you. If you don't pay that, it's going to accrue interest to some degree. Then they will come and take the property. Say they will take the property. That's how it works. That's not code. That code enforcement is different from writing the code and all that fancy stuff. Like Honorable Russell was saying, we don't have the political will to enforce.
Yep.
Can you go to McGill's house or to somebody in big government house? They're violating the code. Can you go there and shut them down? No. So that's not code enforcement. But the little guy who's selling his peanuts on the sidewalk, you go and you're kicking it down, you're throwing everything down, you're wasting it, you're beating them. The person that's stealing the real light, the city brother that are stealing millions of dollar light, you leave them and you go to the guy who over there in his zinc shack. But anyway, I'm preaching to the choir here. Let's do our closing so the young man can go. Sarah, you got 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Gilman, and thanks to everyone on here and those that are following. It's always, a great conversation, for us to come out here and, discuss things about our country. And I am hoping and praying that one of these days we will see our country to that level where it's supposed to be, whether we might be dead and gone or whatever the case might be. But I know in my heart of hearts that one of these days it will happen. We're going to have to continue to discuss, engage, and educate our people on the right things to do, the right leadership, the right kind of people to put in power, so that at the end of the day, we can see our country to where we want it to be. But as it is right now, from one government to the other, we are not seeing any progress at all. But we're going to continue to, discuss these things and educate our people. So thank you so much, guys. It was a great show, even though I came on late, but it was a great show. Thank you.
Next time you can't live, we'll send you home. Jolly will do on your job. See you Monday. Ahmed, are you in Liberia? Or are you in the diaspora?
I'm up here.
Oh, okay. I see your light being on. That's good.
I'm gonna stay here, man.
Oh wait, light can be on in Liberia.
You saw my boy Johnny. Johnny was on live. He was talking a lot of stuff.
Come on, man.
The next time Johnny came back, Johnny was in the dark.
People say the light now, they get a magical LEC bus now, so everything okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they're okay for 1 week. But let me just close by saying I think it was a great show. Professor Kennedy was very, very helpful today. Sometimes, it's good to leave the political stuff and focus on the very important issue. I hope those in the corridor of power were listening, because he provided some very important, insightful information that I think we can use. What this says is that the transformation of our country is all of us business, and so we come on this show every day not because we want to perhaps come on the government. So we're just trying to see how much we can highlight some of those things that together we can all work on to make our country a better place. Because it's sad that today in the 21st century, basic services that are just normal things in other parts, I don't even want to come to the West, but other parts of countries right by us, neighboring, meaning Sierra Leone, Ghana, and other places in common. Today, our people come to the point where today I ask questions, and I still believe that I'm not too sure that it's going to be in our lifetime that we'll see a Liberia that we hope to something. I mean, and we don't ask for much. We don't ask for basic things. We ask for good hospitals. We ask for quality education for our people. I mean, drinking water, electricity. Those are things that in the 21st century today, in other countries have become like a civil right, And so that's why we come here every day. Hopefully, that our voices will be considered. Our voices will prick the conscience of those who making the decision Our voices will become something of a reminder, and we'll continue to do it for of political sides, vote of anything except for our own desire to see our country move forward. So it was a good show, a lot of knowledge shared tonight, and good night to you all.
Thank you. Honorable Rosa, maybe I will talk to the CEO. You need to come here and give us 2 hours of your time. Talk about city planning, city government, ordinances, all of those things. I will try to get to one of my retired state representatives to join you, so you can, all you can do is offer it. They can take it or leave it, but at least we want to have that. If you have the time, let's coordinate, and I will talk to Honorable Dolores Hogan Johnson. She was state representative here. She has a lot of ideas on waste. She was, I think, on the board of directors for Waste Pro. I took her to Liberia, so she would buttress a lot of the stuff. Maybe it would touch somebody, and they would decide to do some of the things that you've been talking about. If you have the time, that would be nice. So
Mr. German, I'm not cutting you off, but I think we should form our own little NGO to help our country. Seriously.
Okay.
Mr.
Rosa, can you close?
Okay. So we've done that, and we will still do that, Mr. Gayman. Dr. Peabody knows we've had several shows here. I think it was prior to you coming on, talking about the importance of city government, the importance of city planning. Our own Mayor Wilma Collins from Helena, Montana, was here. I was here. There is another Liberian gentleman, Dr. Yakasa Wei, from the city of Falcom Heights in Minnesota. He was also here. So we've done a show like that before, Mr. Gayman. We can still do it. Okay. So we have the capacity, even within our community, within the diaspora community, who are experienced, folks when it comes to city governance, and can talk about the importance of it, and all of that. But I mean, we also can bring in some outside, experts to come and join us and add on to the conversation. Yeah, I'm open and available and ready to have that conversation. I think most everyone who knows me well, including Dr. Peabody, know that this is something that I'm not only passionate about, but I have, have a lot of experience working in that space. I have provided expertise, and recommendation to the city, not just this government, the most recent government and the government before that government, as well. I've done all of that. So they all know me. Everybody knows, the mayor. I've worked with the city of Painesville in helping to connect them to resources here too as well. So I know we talked about that. I'm glad you brought that up. That's something that is not only is it's a passion of mine, but I believe that it's critically important to the national development of our country. I think we all live in the West, or most of us live in the West, and we see the importance of a well-run city government. Everything, all the services that we receive come from the city government. Our water, our light, our police, our fire, all of that comes from city government. And that's the kind of system we have proposed to set up in Monrovia, even the way Monrovia is, to retrofit some aspects of it. A lot of these, a lot of the buildings, a lot of the codes and stuff. Like I said, if you look at the ordinances, Mr. Gayman, in Brooklyn Park, for example, or whatever city you are, if you look at the book of ordinances, it's about this thick. If you look at the book, if you look at not even the book, the ordinances in Liberia, in the city of Monrovia, that is one of the oldest city in Africa, is about this big. Okay, so there's nothing. So there are a lot of work to be done. We have the expertise, but like I said, because you're not aligned with any political party or any political interest group, you're not elevated to to that. And I know that a lot of people speak so passionately about why we need to decongest Monrovia, why we need to relocate Monrovia. I mean, this is good, aspiration, great aspiration, but I don't think we have the resources to do that. It would cause an awful, except where if we were to discover oil, and a good quantity of oil, maybe we have the resources to do that. I mean, that's how Nigeria, as you know, was able to fund its city in Abuja. But city government is important. It's an important part of the quality of life, of well-being, of all of that. The city of Monrovia needs to have its own fire service, its own police department that will work alongside the national police and the national fire service. Painesville, geographically as the largest city in Liberia, also needs to have its own independent fire service, and so they will help to quell. So even they will get support from the National Fire Service, but if a fire were to break out in Painesville, you would have the Painesville Fire Service will respond to that fire and would be backed up by the National Fire Service. It will go on from city to city to city. So there are codes on the book, Brother Gayman. There were codes on the book, but they have never been implemented. In 2008, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf went to the Japanese government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and got a team of geologists and urban planners and architects to come to Liberia. I have a copy of that plan, brother. They developed, after the war and all of that, they developed a full-scale master plan for the city of Monrovia and its environs. So Metropolitan Monrovia, going all the way to Simport Bridge. They laid that stuff out. They even called for, in that plan, if you read it, the recommendation called for within Central Monrovia to have about 22 public restrooms just in Central Monrovia, and they were going to scale it up. Water, water supply system across the board. It called for all of that. By 2014, the plan was completed. They presented that urban planning document to the Liberian government. They have a copy of it. The full plan should have been implemented. It should have gone all the way to Painesville and all of that, because it included Metropolitan Monrovia. It should have been implemented, fully implemented by 2018, according to the plan. So from the Ellen, administration, you remember between 2014 and 2015-16, we had Ebola. So it slowed all of that. That stuff was passed on to the WEA administration. They never implemented that. So we have these things, we have these documents, brother. But you have people there who, one, don't have the passion, two, don't have the expertise, three, don't have the political will to implement them. These things are on the book. They're on the book. Why would you allow city builders? I'm not picking on city builders, but a lot of these businesses, whether they were supermarket, but businesses are open to the public. Why, in God's name, you going to allow supermarket along Tottenham Boulevard with no parking? No parking, no provision for parking. If you don't have enough land to build a parking, and you building a Walmart type building, you will not be allowed to build that. So before serving on the city council, Brother Gilman, I spent 4 years as a planning commissioner, as a commissioner. So everything that was built in the city of Brooklyn Park, from roads to porches to sidewalk to Target, the big Target Corporation building, to whatever, had to come through the planning commission to approve of it before it is built. And if you don't have all those provisions on your plan, like proper parking, so you get Royal Hotel, what is the projection of the amount of guests that are going to come in Royal Hotel? You must provide parking provision for those people. Habel Supermarket, Boulevard Palace Hotel, all of them. If you don't have the land space, you have to build a parking lot. because Liberia is not the Liberia for 1950. A lot of people have cars. Where are they parking? So those are all of the things that should have been, enforced by the Ministry of Public Works and the Liberia the Monrovia City Corporation. They have not been implemented. They are not being implemented. So going to a new city is not the solution. Let's implement what we have now, the policies that we have on the books now, in the city we have now, and enforce those policies. And retrofit wherever, in some of the places that we need to retrofit, we retrofit it now. That's what I think the solution is.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the expert. I listened. He said, I tickle his fantasies because I brought on these things, because I too, I go to these charrettes, I sit on these committees, city planning, city code. I was building a classroom building here, $1.2 million. The only thing that triggered the denial of my permit was I did not do a traffic research survey. The city wanted to know, you are building this beautiful building on your property here. How many cars that go through? Where will you park? How many families coming through? How these children are going to be giving in and out? Where do you have your exit and entry sign? All of these things. The space was too small. It was denied. Even though you bring in $1 million to our city, it's denied. You don't have the right traffic survey. So I know what you are talking about. I was in Monroe. I went to a restaurant and they didn't even have a bathroom in the restaurant where I went. And I'm saying, you kidding me? A restaurant where people come to eat and you don't have a bathroom.
It's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Dr. Peabody, I'm all done. Take us out so that you'll make it.
Well, guys, great show, Mr. Gilman. Awesome job tonight again. Moderating, great show tonight, man. You guys said it all. Even the Royal Hotel that people see as the 5-star hotel in Monrovia, they hardly have good parking space and things. Cape Hotel, Mama Point Hotel, you go there sometime, they just got the minimum parking space for people to park their cars. Restroom is an issue and stuff. But it's been a great show, guys. Let me say this. I don't know whether you guys talk about it, but the president fired a guy today, Natu Java, and we don't do our due diligence in hiring these people. Natu was fired from Wharton Silver again during President Ellen Johnson administration for the same financial mismanagement, and today he was fired again. He was suspended, and I'm hearing a lot of money were involved, a lot of deal was involved with the Gilman. I'm telling you, it's sad. I know Natu is my friend, but you can't continue this kind of behavior. Every ministry you go to, they got to fire you. It's bad. It's really, really bad. But our man Institute of Myean have been the man of the night. Myean has made the ultimate sacrifice. He been up late night. And, good kid. I met him. Good kid. And the other guys who were in Institute of Guy, it's been a wonderful show tonight. And we'll see what happens. I understand the president made some appointment again at National Fisheries. We'll see what happens, but man, you guys, Mr. Gilman, you like the chief moderator here, man. You moderated this show really well.
Just try my best.
And that's what we like here at the Closing Argument. If somebody is not available, we have somebody to take over. But guys, Sarah, Hamed, Winfred, I told you were in the area, and all of you guys, man, thank you for the show tonight. Sorry I've been away this week. Very busy getting things ready for the graduation. I hope you guys come in June. I'll send an invitation to you guys. I hope you guys make it down.
Congratulations, Dr. Peabody.
Dr. Peabody, Myean is graduating too.
Oh, Myean, we got to take care of Myean. We got to show that Myean graduated very well. Sure.
Oh yeah.
He's a smart kid. I don't know, but Myean maybe.
You gotta send out the invitation now.
I'll do that.
IT school in Liberia. This kid is a genius. I'm telling you.
He's going to be one of the best journalists. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Guys,
have a good night.
Have a great weekend, man. Thank you so much. And we'll be back again on Monday. Yeah. All right, guys. God bless everybody.